PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic-style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space, with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near-flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the Steel Ark that spawns mechas, there's also the Assembly Base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The Assembly Base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the Assembly Base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a legendary pilot challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knockdown state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the Magnet Gun. It's a downgraded version of the magnetic arm in gun form. Switch to it by tapping on the firearm bar. It has the same abilities as the magnetic arm. It uses magnetic energy to pull and grab vehicles or other players, opening up more possibilities in combat. Try experimenting to see what it can pick up. Lastly is the respawn beacon. It will show up in either the Steel Ark or the Assembly Base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the popularity event is back. We added a popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from popularity battles and team popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. For Metro Royale, we've improved a lot of the processes. Furthermore, we've also added new honor rewards and Chapter 20 collectibles. Moreover, you can now bring your companion on your Metro Royale adventures. For more details, keep an eye out for Metro Royale update videos. In the new version, we'll also be hosting a grand home competition. You can register for it as long as you've reached 200 home prosperity. Let your imagination run wild and share your dream home with the world. Additionally, we've added a mysterious, elegant, ancient capital resource pack. Many home items will also become available in a related upcoming event. Aside from these, we've improved and updated home building, browsing, interactions, butler actions, and more. Want to find out more? Keep an eye out for home update videos. With Mecha Fusion's arrival, World of Wonder has also seen plenty of updates. For gameplay devices, the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and other gameplay devices have all undergone a series of updates. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. These devices are sure to get your imagination flowing for some awesome creations. Also, we've launched a pre-made map where you can play all kinds of creations built from a variety of themed scenery objects. Furthermore, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new map a shot. Additionally, we've updated a bunch of other World of Wonder content. For more details, keep an eye out for World of Wonder update videos. That's it for this overview of the new content that will be available in Mecha Fusion. Cool mechas and thrilling combat await you in-game. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. What's more, we've also improved various interactions. Creators can now edit the orientation and scaling of items directly. In free view mode, objects can be moved, rotated, or resized by modifying their coordinates. Interactized objects can now be held and tossed by characters, and they can also be moved by hitting them. Discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, in World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also included the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
A sprint is not what this is. A marathon is what we're seeing here at the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer, where we are on week number 2, day number 1, where we are trying to see who will make it to the top in this Tier 2 league, to see who makes it to the next level. Tashman alongside Kuku TV, and we are your casters today.
A brand new week for all of the teams playing in the PMCL region. Who will actually take number 1? We saw Austria from last week, who actually took number 1, even though that they were resting on the last day. PBE, unfortunately, weren't able to take that number 1 spot. They died at the end of that day. But then again, before we talk about that, let's talk about more of what we can expect on today's matchup. It's going to be groups A, B, C, and D. So Group E is not playing. And again, we do have brand new groupings, or a brand new lineup for our groupings. So for Group E, later on, we're going to see that, the groupings that I'm talking about. But for now, Taj, knowing now that we see Austria Esports really good in the map of Erangel, sort of like in Miramar, what can we see now as we actually going to be starting in Sanhok here?
It's not really hard to say coming into this week. I mean, Sanhok is such an interesting map. It depends so much on where the teams drop, where the circles pull. But let's talk a little bit about our points as well as the matches that we can be expecting today. Now, if you guys don't know, well, we do have about 6 groups, A, B, C, D, E, 5, sorry, excuse me, 5. What we have been seeing this week is a reshuffle of the groups itself. Now, last week, Group A was the group of death. And this week, who knows? Well, at least until we show you guys the full graphics later. Still the same format with 10 points for the chicken dinner as well as 1 elimination points coming through. And coming into this week in particular, because this has changed, I think day 1 will be a little bit more, I wouldn't say it would be a slow one. It will definitely be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, that is right. Especially that we have new groupings. So they're going to test it out probably around match 1, 2, and 3. And then by match number 4, they would probably know now how to adjust with each other. Then again, like what we said, we're going to start with Sanhok, 4 or 3 Erangel maps and 2 Miramar maps. Now, the scoring system that we have, we already had the weekly points. We're in Austria Esports and PBE got their 20 and 19 points. So there's going to be the weekly ranking, and each week we're going to do this, and whoever comes on top would most likely have a high head start points at the start of the finals. And again, the league ranking will be based on the league points that you see right now on the right hand side.
This is a very interesting one because if we look at the overall standings for week number 1, the team with the most chicken dinners was actually YG, Yango Galacticos, with 5. So, but despite the 5 chicken dinners that they managed to get, they are a team that did not manage to get the first place spot because we talked about this before about how, teams have different mindsets and how approaches. So this would be a whole different story this week if teams were to have to change that. Now, coming into today's game, we have groups A, B, C, and D, and these are the teams that will be playing on this screen. And of course, when you look at, coming back to what I was talking about earlier, remember when we talk about week number 1, in terms of what we can see, the player name for the Terminator, as you and I had expected was going to be a Red Bull from Austria. And he had managed to rack himself a total of 56 eliminations.
Wow. That's a lot.
It's a lot.
For Red Bull, especially we know Red Bull can also add those points also in Miramar. We know for a fact that Austria Esports is really good in Erangel matches, knowing that they drop at one of the really power dropping points out there, which is military base. There was only like a couple of games actually, just to show you some facts here. A couple of days only where the circle went to the Sosnovka Island, and other than that, they were able to actually rotate all the way to the circle and get those chicken dinners that they got last week.
Yeah, I think in today, when you talk a little bit about other than, our Terminators, our best teams, which is Austria, we also have to talk about our prize pool, $18,000 on the line. On top of that, a route to the World Championships as well from the PMCL, which I think it's a even bigger road, I feel, compared to the Tier 1 League, because this is definitely, not only is it a different way to get into the globals, but also a way to prove that to everyone that we are not just the underdogs. We are definitely a team to look out for who can compete on a higher level. And speaking of higher levels, we also have the Best Performance Team Award. This is weekly alongside the Terminator. So Red Bull Austria has managed to snag that. Another 2 weeks to go for this, and I'm curious to see who comes up on top for week number 2. And these are our league standings so far, where the total points 20. The highest one is fully under Austria's, followed by PBE. I think PBE's number 2 slot was something that I was really excited to watch. It was honestly a climb for them compared to a dominance sort of sweep like Austria's.
And they played better compared to last season. And during the day off on Monday, I talked to, we had a show with Sir Mox when we talked to the coach of Playbook Esports, which is actually a former pro player. He's Fort Row, if you remember him. from KHI. He also played or he actually coached for PBE also in PMSL.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked to him, and he actually told us that this is the easiest time for him to actually coach a team like PBE, because he didn't really had a hard time when it comes to adjusting to their gameplay. He actually told us as well, when it comes to lineup as well, he's not gonna change the lineup. We know for a fact that Playbook Esports has Evil. Playbook Esports also has Cool, which are two really good players. Evil coming from that built different esports team from PMNCPH, and then Cool, if you remember Cool from PMSL, he's also fragging out in that tournament. So Fort Row telling us we'll keep the same lineup, and we know what we're gonna do in this week's PMCL.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at this week, I mean, if you guys were not aware just now, I mean, another team that has really come up on top, not come on top, but come up toward the top side of the ladder is another Filipino slash CSA team. And this is Strangers Tribe Erangel, which came, I wouldn't say out of nowhere. The potential was there, but we didn't see the impact toward the final leg of the last week. And I have to say that this is a very interesting one. This is one of the teams that, while they do bear the Filipino flag, two, I believe, of their players did come from CSA. And the CSA is one of those regions that I feel need a lot of spotlight on. They are a very aggressive team. Teams like DRS were from there. If you were to watch last year doing PMGC, was it last year or the year before last? I'm not remembering, but they were used to be playing up in the bigger scene. IESF was also another of the bigger scenes that they have played on. And honestly, again, while all eyes are on Southeast Asia, CSA also has some pretty incredible teams to watch out for. So seeing these two regions merge has given birth to one of the most interesting style plays I've seen so far in ASTE, a team that they can manage to come up on top even without advantages given to them. Like, say, their fights over in Erangel against Yango Galacticos from the lower ground. In fact, they were able to win that. Against GE, who are so adept at holding and crossfiring, they were able to do that. Yes, it can be a little bit an overheat sometimes for them. And in a lot of situations, when I'm casting, I'm thinking, okay, this is an overheat for sure. They're going to get rolled over. But they don't do that. They prove us wrong. They show us the kind of controlled chaos that they bring to the table when it comes to how they play.
Well, we'll find out, because last week, Strangers Tribe Erangel didn't really do good in day number one. If I remember it right, they only had like around 30 to 40 points to start off, but eventually ending up really strong. But before we talk about that, let's talk about first our shout-outs here. We have our newest RPA 7 available right now, and it is available until July 15th. Enjoy perks worth over 80 KUC, and also includes the new custom color Nightscape Gladiator set, also the Graceful Watcher set. It also includes the upgradable Nightscape Gladiator PP Bison, and also includes the newest Victory Dance, which I saw from the commercial. And if I remember it right, Miner actually did it in one of the Sanhok match wherein they were able to defeat Time to Quick Esports.
Yeah, we also have another one. This is going to be very interesting. This is our PUBG Mobile at Shelby Supercar promo, which I think is a very cool one. I mean, again, reminding you guys that this is available until the 9th of July. You can get two versions, the Tuatara Striker or just the Tuatara. And, I mean, the tokens that you get from this event can be used all the way until the next event if you don't finish it. So why not get yourself your own? They look cool. They look awesome. So why not get them?
All right. And now going back to what we're talking about, and before we actually talk about that, let's talk about first our prediction. Let's show you now our prediction. Kuku TV, I pick Genesis Esports. I think they're going to bounce back this week, knowing that they ended up only at 7th place. This team is a PMGC team, so with their experience, I think they're going to learn from all of their mistakes from last week.
It's a very interesting one. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of GE picks as well as Austria, Yango Galacticos. I mean, all of this, except for Sammy's, is a little bit strange. God7 has not been performing last week. Would love to see a bounce back for them. The reason why I chose ASTE is because of that controlled chaos that I was talking about toward the final day that we saw. And I'm really expecting more of this controlled chaos today. Hopefully, they'll be able to bring this forward. Now, coming back to Yango Galacticos, they are a team that has the most chicken dinner winners that we've seen in this entire tournament for week number 1. But they weren't able to really cinch that top place spot coming into the next one because they are. I think YG would have a more similar play style to GE. Is very mechanical, methodical. Is very objective based. It thrives less on playing too aggressively, but when they want to, they can. So again, these two teams are definitely, I would say, the standard of what we can expect on the higher level. Regardless, let's see whether or not our predictions will be coming forward. Let's see, Sanhok, who comes up on top as King of the Hill.
And we are now flying in the first map of week number 2, coming onto the northern side of the map from Camp Bravo until Camp Alpha. This is going to be hard, especially for PBE, knowing that they're going to be dropping at Sami. There's also a team who drops at Cave and Docks area together with Camp Charlie. So we're going to find out if they're going to do that. But then again, look at this. Austria Esports challenging APG right now together here at Cow. This is an early hot drop right now that we're looking at. And again, this is Austria Esports. Remember the meme that I posted on our group chat. They're not really that good as of yet here in Sanhok.
Yeah, impressive start here. Austria on one end alongside God of Death 7 and APG. APG is a team that had I would say a good start to the week, and it was all downhill from there. They couldn't find an answer. They couldn't find a different way on how exactly to approach these fights. But regardless of their performance, they do have some standout highlights, especially from Joss. Rix at the bottom side gets tagged quite low right now. Austria's best performing player, Evo from the Red Bull from the top side. Skynin outside gets a knock. At least some extra fire. All eyes on Insight. But the cut of noise is making it a lot harder for APG to figure out how exactly to play in this mess. Losing 2 already, and Doss not picked up. The nade explodes. Clips himself on top of that. A bit of a mistake. But now the crunch comes through. And Juggy goes down. Only one person to worry about left. Doss on the top side. So low. Juggy knocked out of the game. It's gonna be hard for APG. The end. 16th place. The first game, a heartbreak. They need to find out an answer and quick.
And they hear the gunshots now. This is Exquisite Esports Koopa. Ooh, it's actually going to be God of Death 7. Yeah, Pacquiao drops Koopa down. And I think Austria Esports targeted APG. I'm not really quite sure, but looks like they have some type of plan in this Sanhok matches, since they're not really getting a lot of points in this map. But then again, with the elimination of APG Esports, they now have 4 total elimination points. But then again, we have now God of Death 7 trying to box in this Austria Esports is what we're looking at right now. This other team, God of Death 7, Tosh, this is another team that needs to improve. Remember, they ended up at 19th place, just right just below APG Esports.
It's definitely an interesting one. I wouldn't say that it's the most aggressive Sanhok. I think the most aggressive Sanhok we saw was day 1 last week. And the final day last week. No, it wasn't the final day. It was the second last day. The slowest one was actually on the final day, and I was quite surprised at the tempo coming forward. Kiawi playing a dangerous game, moving alone. His teammate's not close. Oh, Amura Chili spots him out. Amura Chili from God 7 has been one of the most interesting players. He's aggressive, quick on that first contact. And now he's playing the waiting game, prone. His teammates are not very close to him. But I think the communication has already been sent over as his teammates are looking to come closer toward him. We're already seeing for Myth. It's got to be multiple knockdowns already. Fearless is now in trouble on the other end. So it's not all rainbows and butterflies, even in this slower tempo game.
And hopefully we could see the fight between Fearless and Myth Clan. Ooh, the push already is commenced. Now Joseph and DZ cooks up now their utilities. Ooh, but then again, the nade coming from Baby Ari, ready for action. DZ also with that molly, just not giving any inch of space for the side of Myth Clan. Now DZ throws in
Oh,
a
the
nade,
nade.
and Fearless Esports will
So
die in
good.
the process. But then again, Tash, the gunshots and the explosions got heard by the quarter, and this is now the chance for the quarter to finish off the remaining pieces from Myth Clan.
Yeah, here's Fern. EQ hasn't been able to get lucky, and speaking of that luck, DZ sprays. Fern takes a bit of damage but survives. A little bit more longer, he might be in trouble. But DZ's alone, final man left standing, STKE. I think there's a lot of expectations for this team. But they weren't able to come up on top for this one. Barely misses that nade, he's quite low. The top on the other end, and we've seen the top do some pretty insane holds. Just scouting around to see if anyone was there, but they want to really secure and clinch it. They hear the footsteps of DZ. Nate does not click anyone. He's playing this corner very well. It's close. Anyone jumps in, they're going to get sprayed. But TQ doesn't want to be baited. But they do get one. DZ's making it work. He's making it happen. One pick is all he needs for the extra point. And he's getting crunched. Furng on the other end. He going for that crossfire. Popeyes as well. Throwing all these nades and utilities. Quick spray. Not playing close. DZ knows the DBS is around. He sprays out one more time. Popeye lands it!
Ooh.
And Myth Clan, unfortunately, 14th place. 3 eliminations. They should be proud of that. A decent first game for them, given their track record on week number 1. But fans at home want to see more, as Gawi spots out that nade, runs for his life into the compound, and the spray is coming in for Murachili. His reward will be... Sorry, his patience will be rewarded, as now he's in trouble. Everyone just collapsing onto him.
And this is how long God of Death 7 just observe Austria Esports, and they started now when the blue zone also takes in to the HP of Austria Esports. Now that Austria Esports had to loot until the very end, and there we go, another knockdown. That's 9x of Austria Esports currently down. There's 2 more members left. This is Kainin and Red Bull, and they totally boxed in Austria Esports. Look at this, Amura Chili. Also right at the backside of Kao. And he has all eyes. Ooh, but then again, Red Bull spots him. Knocks him down. But then again, there's Pacquiao who knocks X one more time. And what a shot there from Red Bull. Red Bull is doing it, Tosh.
Oh, he's making it happen. It's this long-range fights. He just thrives and does so well one. You have ZXY playing this angle in the blue zone. He's all out of utility. Hard to get inside when all eyes are on him. This situation, he just buys some time, but this might just be it for him as KS. He's just trying to find a way into the area. What's up, Skynin? The nades come through. Skynin hasn't moved an inch because he knows there's a lot of trust as well for his teammates to answer back. And he quickly crosses. A safe haven for him provided by his teammates. Now the circle pulls down to the middle side between 3 islands still. It's so hard to figure out where exactly you want to go for, but a majority is toward the southern side. GE on the northern side alongside 214 Sin. We have Flash Vision Esports on the bigger island. But for this fight, it's been so long and drawn out. Very uncharacteristic to see Austria stuck out here for quite some time. They're a team that has been a little bit more proactive when it comes to their rotations. But unfortunately forced to stop because of this 3-way fight.
Right, and what an awesome moment there for Skynin. He was a sitting duck. I mean, you can just easily knock him down, but his focus was there to just fend off the player of God of Death 7, and he was able to go inside Kao to regroup himself. But now it's going to be just them between Austria Esports and God of Death 7 just going to be fighting in that blue zone. It is still stage number 2, so it's still early for them. But then again, we see Heartless eyeing Yangon Galacticos. And you can see him now able to see these players. He's not going to go for the gunshot for now. They're not going to provide information as of yet, because that moment, whenever you fire your gun, all eyes will be on you.
Popeyes. Ooh. Great pick with the DBS. Barely hits the nade. Moving for his life. How is he surviving? Nade comes through here, answers, but he will be blown to smithereens. And Yangon Galacticos, they do well. so adept, aware, a good reaction to this ambush. They don't answer. Romeo Boy gets tagged. And Fern has to find something away. The pickups come through. More nades. Cute Loki just waiting. Wants to answer back. Another nade. Barely hits it. Smokes as well. Set up for the team. It's gonna be hard. They hear the sounds from the backside as well for SSTKE to come through. Thankfully, PBE is there. And SSTKE seems to be winning this fight against PBE. Not a great start for the Filipino team, but coming into this way, Cute Loki finds Popeyes, lobbies him quickly, but the crunch comes through from two different areas. Ferg!
Oh, what?
Nearly gets two from himself! Lobbied, and now Cute Loki's in trouble. Needs to hurry up, get that reset. Now Galacticos is here, and now he still gets one more! TQ eliminated! Jango Galacticos! Not sure how it comes down this close, but they still make it till the end.
There was like 3 players pushing. That's a Cute Loki there, but he manages to sustain every single push that they did. But then again, it's all because of the other teams who were trying to help out, trying to third party that engagement between them and the quarter. So thanks for the assist for the other teams who were firing at will at their location. Now the circle will shift over to the boot camp area, and look at who's in the middle. This is ASTE was inside, and there we go. Boy Sean knocks one down from Yangon Galacticos. Again, the moment when you fire your gun, all eyes will be on you. Harley goes down as well on the feed. And SSTKE, will they actually go for the push? No, they will just try to maybe rotate all the way to the circle maybe. 3 players now in this Murado car. And look at this, Harley in the waters. Rankid now. I think he was the one who spots Harley. There you go. Trying to confirm that kill. Every kill is important now in this game, and Rankid confirms it.
It's a nice sight to see Harley playing in this lineup, and we already can expect or see what Flash Vision Esports wants to bring into the game today with this particular lineup. Asutoki is good for 1 at the very least, blanks, and 2 for Sin on top of that. That's a huge one. 2 for Sin has been a team that's very aggressive, high firepower. The fact that he's able to tech 1 before going down is already a statement in itself. The potential, huge for Flash Vision Esports. And this time around, they are the gatekeepers instead of being gatekept. We also have 2 Migs here on one end. Spots out Master X. And I think a lot of the time last week, as long as Master X is able to survive, it's always really changed the outcome of how they play, the game plan, and the survivability of FVE. And where Chili saw his heroics earlier, survives with the skin of his teeth. His teammate is around, at least for the pickup, so they will be going to another end. For God7, right now, they look really good. Despite their track record last week, I think a lot of people were sort of like wondering if that was what we are going to be expecting from them for the entire tournament. And I think the fact that they are still managing to survive this long, playing a little bit more patient, has worked out on top. MFG in trouble, no fear. The hero coming in from CSA comes on top with one of his own. Bit quiet start from ASTE, but I'm sort of understanding what their objective is now. A quiet start to a stronger mid to end game might be what we can expect here, but let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, most definitely for ASTE, they got the circle by stage number 3 now. We still have around 30 seconds left here before we close again to the next circle. This circle actually will be good, especially for those teams who were fighting each other at the northern part side of the map. That's why God of That 7 was easily able to get inside the zone, even though if you look at earlier, they were using a buggy that has no tires on the right hand side. They were able to just easily get inside boot camp. Now you see it says Dread on it, but this is Flash Vision Esports, was inside boot camp as well. Smile now spots Migs. And Migs right now just out in the open, needs to find some air, will be taken down by Smile. But then again, there's going to be another player from Flash Vision Esports who will try to go for that third party. Smile, good thing he has this big tree, he has cover, and will most likely get this elimination. He will maybe try to bail out for now, and will most likely just focus on the circle. GE out on the edge of the blue zone. This is kind of hard for them, especially that the circle now has shifted downwards of boot camp.
Interesting. STE, huge circle advantage. You can see how difficult the circle is as well. You've seen how it was in between the three islands, excuse me. And the circle has just been pushing. It's been so hard for everyone to really take an area, rotate over. Master Rix nearly gets clipped down. Plays a close corner. But he is up against Skynin. One of the strongest Cambodian players we've seen. But the pressure is on. They know where exactly he is. The nades to come through. Knocks him down, and Skynin takes full advantage. He sees one more, and he's isolating these fights so beautifully. It's a one-on-one, but Master Rix comes up on top. Flash Vision! You made it happen! Ozja taken out so early. Could the second week be a different story for this team?
Well, let's see if this is going to be a different story for Austria. I mean, they were killed early here. They still have 6 eliminations, so that's still good of an outcome here in Sanhok. But then again, I expected them not to really win at all due to their performance from last week. Now, PBE, this is the pick of Riem from the KH desk. While I'm saying that, God of Death 7 right now getting killed on the feed. Master Rix getting in position now. Just right nearby Nye Pacquiao. Just Nye Pacquiao waiting for someone to be close by. Master Rix, the only member standing for Flash Russian Esports. He needs to be careful now as Ryman gets taken away by UI on the feed. Exquisite Esports has really good position down on the south side of the zone. And there we go. Jarrell goes down with a spray. And PBE all of a sudden gets eliminated.
Still waiting. Exquisite. Very interesting team last week. Final day, managed to get 2 chicken dinners in one day. Slower start for them. Oh, I spoke about Flash Vision now. Ended out already. 2 eliminations, I think, before they went down. So the fact that they're able to take a fight against Austria is already something to look forward to in itself. Circle. Not the most difficult of rotations, but does not give a lot of reward to the teams over on the western side. RSG in trouble. Risk guys, they've been playing a very risky game last weekend. Most of the time, the way they've played, the aggression, sometimes even Reckless comes up on top, and we question. The potential is there, but that balance not quite there yet. And speaking of that, GE, a team that had to watch their placements go down slowly toward the final day. Today is a day that they are up, they're back. They want to be able to reclaim that the first place spot that we're holding on to on day number 1 all the way to 3. And Wako, ooh! He nearly gets a roadkill, but Amura Chili is there. Azur's back in trouble. His teammate is there. Wako comes out on top through a prone! And also a strafe saves him. The nade as well knocks him down, but his teammate is there for the cover fire. Amura Chili in this particular map, making waves on his own. Kai's knocked down. This area near boot camp, not in their favor anymore as teams just rush forward. Needs to take this fight. GE wants to go to the circle, wants to collect these points. Marnet, the lower ground is only thing he has to play with, but Zio is on the top side. Zio puts in the pressure. Marnet quite low now. Knows exactly where he is. Possibly the sounds of gunfire will deter them, saying that it's possible for us to just play in the circle first. Excuse me, as Edward knocked down by Naughty Boy. And a nade to come through, and Naughty Boy just hides for his life. And is on fire! Can't go anywhere! The dot damage is too much! And Risk Guys goes down!
And Risk Guys goes down. ASTE now gatekeeping GE. We're like 3 minutes already. Itchy now going right for the push. He has really no choice here but to just push all the way down, all the way up. But then there's a third party coming from TTQ, helping out the cause for GE. GE is still alive, as it's just no fear for the side of ASTE left. And Marnet is still left standing with just bandages on him. Just need to be careful though, because God of Death 7 is on his left side. He doesn't have any much utilities left as well. So what can Marnet do for him to take GE up to the winner chicken dinner ranks? As look at this circle now. This benefits a lot Yangon Galactic, especially they have this compound.
Still, for STKE, today is a very interesting one. They are aggressive, And they seem to be winning these many fights they are taking as they try so hard to get into the circle. And our boy Sean, what a big impact makers for STKE last week. All the way on the outer side, coming up a little bit more close, say Cloud as well. Clutcher for Enigma. Sorry, excuse me, not Enigma, for Yango Galacticos. Really seen them do big things yesterday. I mean, last week. Now the pressure is on as Davan rushes into the area. He's so low. Hasn't found a moment to go heal yet, but Kyo Loki flank on the other side takes them out. And this is massive on how they've been playing for Yango Galacticos. A nice crossfire to come through. Formations are clean. And the trades are looking a lot better this week. I'm not too sure what they've managed to figure out in the last 2 days. But it's looking great for them.
Yeah, looking great. We know YG is really strong in Erangel. Same goes with Sanhok. They actually won in Sanhok last week. I think one map in Sanhok. But then again, because Esports is now eliminated. God of Death 7 now. Still knocked down is one member of them. They're going to go for that revive. The circle actually shifted away from Yangon Galacticos. But then again, there's already WTZ, I think, or another player, which is Cute Low Key, who is already holding a position inside the circle. Right now, you can see that the other squads like DTQ, ASTE, and GE only has one player remaining. And this has all YG's advantage right now. It's just a matter of how and when they will take that winner chicken dinner.
It started off so great for ASTE, and then the circle shift has completely destroyed a lot of their chances. No Fear is still around. We've seen him do big things, but without teammate supports, it might be a whole different story. Regardless, Marnet. So we move into GE, a team that ended on 7th last week despite the great start. They were having such a slump, especially toward the second leg of week number 1. They weren't able to figure out what exactly makes these teams tick, and they weren't able to overcome them in terms of their aggression. Marnet comes forward, he rushes, sprays, nothing hitting No Fear quite yet. It's 1-on-1 fight, but No Fear comes up on top. Genesis go down. We're down to our top 4, and this situation, ASTE 1 versus 2 versus 4. Perhaps it is a tall order, but God of Death 7. Perhaps Semi is cooking as ASTE gets knocked out at 3rd place with 6 eliminations. YTZ all alone.
Ooh, that's it.
But God of Death 7 can't do more than that as Yangon Galacticos takes our first chicken dinner of the day.
First winner chicken of the day. This is going to be good for YG. And if I remember right, during day number 1, YG was resting. So this is a little bit of the different type of YG is what I saw here. An early winner chicken dinner for them. And let's see if they can actually get this momentum over to the bigger maps. As we know for a fact that they're actually also good in the map of Erangel.
Excuse me. Sorry, I think that's right. I think when it comes to Erangel, that's where we can really see the firepower, the play style, the teamwork come through, the strats as well. I mean, we were talking a lot about so many teams from the previous week, and I think when we talk about, I think, potential, a lot of them were there, especially from teams like, I think some of the teams I would say are underdogs right now, I would say is ASTE. It's a brand new roster, but the players are definitely a lot more on the more experienced side. I think there was another team like Enigma who has a little bit more of a newer roster. We saw from Flash Vision Esports as well, newly put together. It's no longer a full Singaporean team. It's already mixed with some Malaysian players as well. And I think a lot of time as well, some teams that I think we expected to do well on week number 1 that hasn't really come up on top is Harame Bro. So it's such a mixed bag this season as we go into what we can expect from these players. Because when you look at these
let's take
teams,
a look at
right?
what happened.
Sorry?
Let's take a look at what happened here in match number 1 on the highlights. It started actually with Ostia and APG Esports, but then again, it followed up with YG and TQ, and this was a highlight play by Cute Low Key. He was able to defend 2 or 3 members of the quarter, and then all of a sudden, TQ, the one who was pushing, got eliminated, and then Skynin was really good with isolating Flash Vision Esports players, but then again, there was Master Rix who was there to save the day for Flash Vision Esports, and then it was Amurachili and his teammate Nye Pacquiao who went for that friendly nade, went for the elimination onto 214 Sin, and then No Fear was able to finalize the deal for GE, and then this was just an easy winner chicken dinner for YG because they just waited for the others to fight, and then they just finished them off altogether. The MVP is Cute Low Key with 4 eliminations, 3 knockouts, 867 damage, 1 assist with 124 total heals.
Yeah, when you look at Cute Loki today, I think it's definitely a different vibe for him as well. I mean, yeah, he's been very aggressive. He has been playing a little bit more reckless. I think out of all the more aggressive players that we've been seeing play, Cute Loki is definitely one of my favorites. He's done some insane impact, and I think the experience he has given in the scene for many, many years has given a lot of value to him as a player in general. Now, when you look at how he's been playing, it's less about making that first impact. It's less about making that one versus how many players in front of him in terms of being the distraction. He has been great in terms of just pulling himself back and saying, hey, I don't have to play this aggressively. Let's just play with the team. Let's just play our game in terms of how we can get these, I would say, these traits, how we can give support to each other as a team. And in this particular game, I like that Yango Galacticos has done that. I don't see a lot of changes in how they play. It's just a little bit more clean in terms of how they do their executes. So I'm really excited to see more from them this week. I was not expecting them to come off on top this early, especially against teams that are super, I would say, in fact, I was sort of expecting it not only to be ASTE, but also CTKE to come up on top for this one, because they are teams that have a little bit more firepower. Enigma even. But we didn't see that from them. So yeah, Galacticos, good strong start to start off the week.
Well, I was expecting Yangon Galacticos to be good in Sanhok, but not as early as this, that they will get a winner chicken dinner. I was expecting more of GE to get. That's why I picked GE in the first place. But then again, the circle actually made a factor here in match number 1. There was a lot of shifts that happened. We almost thought it's gonna go onto the east or the western side rather of the map, and then it went over to boot camp, and then it went downwards on the south side of boot camp. So 2 shifts happened in that stage number 3 and stage number 4, I believe, that actually changed the deal and gave it to the winner chicken dinner team, which is Yangon Galacticos. But then again, here are the overall stats of this game: 58 total eliminations, 64 knockouts, 6903 heals, 20 revives, 99 throws used only with 111 kilometer distance of drive, longest elimination distance 2.54 meters, 15 headshots with 2140 survival time, and 1 airdrop looted.
Yeah, that's right. I think when you come into today, I am very excited to see more from these teams. I mean, I mentioned it before so many times, but it's hard to really predict what was going to be happening until at least match 2 and at match 3. I'm trying to figure out what exactly they have changed and what exactly they have learned in the 2-day break they've had. Again, this is 5 days of a tournament with a 2-day break in between each of the league. And I think there were a lot of questions as to, like, you know, how tired these players are going to be. And I think it isn't that bad, because technically each group plays has a day of break in between each day as well. So technically it's 3 days of break. So, but it comes down to what these teams learn and how they've implemented it, which is why I said the biggest impact and change will be coming in from the 2 days they haven't been playing. Now, coming into this first match of today, 20 points for Yango Galacticos puts them way ahead of everyone. And I think that when it comes to putting themselves ahead, I mean, we saw that happening last week as well from GE, how they've really built a lead above everyone. Harami Bro had a good start as well. And then finally, before Austria came up on top. Again, reminding everyone that this is a marathon and not a sprint. So teams that really take their time to perfect and understand their game, instead of having a good start and then going in downwards, will come up on top at the end of the day. And I think one of the teams that do that as well, I mean, Austria did that, ASTE did that, PBE was definitely a climber. Consistency is key, but they knew when exactly to come up more aggressively, change their strat, and bring out and put all their cards down to make an impact to the end of the week as well. Because like it or not, this tournament getting those league points is very important as you go into the grand finals, and I think this is something that they have to worry about as well. Now, coming into game number 2, we have a bit of a technical issue that we are going to have to wait for, so do not go anywhere, because after this we're going to go for a quick break before we head into Erangel. And I know a lot of you guys are watching today, so welcome to the stream as we wait for Erangel. Drop in your predictions. I mean, we talk about our predictions, me and Kuku TV's predictions, but about your predictions. Who do you think will come up on top on the first Erangel map? Drop it there and brag to your friends.
Yeah, a lot of ASTE actually fans in the live stream right now. But before we even talk about that, we're gonna go on a 10-minute break. Kuku TV and Tash will be right back.
PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic-style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has 2 weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the 2 smaller mechas. They make for a near-flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as 2 mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive 2-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the Steel Ark that spawns mechas, there's also the Assembly Base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The Assembly Base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the Assembly Base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a Legendary Pilot Challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knocked down state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the magnet gun. It's a downgraded version of the magnetic arm in gun form. Switch to it by tapping on the firearm bar. It has the same abilities as the magnetic arm. It uses magnetic energy to pull and grab vehicles or other players, opening up more possibilities in combat. Try experimenting to see what it can pick up. Lastly is the respawn beacon. It will show up in either the steel arc or the assembly base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the popularity event is back. We added a popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from popularity battles and team popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. For Metro Royale, we've improved a lot of the processes. Furthermore, we've also added new honor rewards and Chapter 20 collectibles. Moreover, you can now bring your companion on your Metro Royale adventures. For more details, keep an eye out for Metro Royale update videos. In the new version, we'll also be hosting a grand home competition. You can register for it as long as you've reached 200 home prosperity. Let your imagination run wild and share your dream home with the world. Additionally, we've added a mysterious, elegant, ancient capital resource pack. Many home items will also become available in a related upcoming event. Aside from these, we've improved and updated home building, browsing, interactions, butler actions, and more. Want to find out more? Keep an eye out for home update videos. With Mecha Fusion's arrival, World of Wonder has also seen plenty of updates. For gameplay devices, the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and other gameplay devices have all undergone a series of updates. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. These devices are sure to get your imagination flowing for some awesome creations. Also, we've launched a pre-made map where you can play all kinds of creations built from a variety of themed scenery objects. Furthermore, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new map a shot. Additionally, we've updated a bunch of other World of Wonder content. For more details, keep an eye out for World of Wonder update videos. That's it for this overview of the new content that will be available in Mecha Fusion. Cool mechas and thrilling combat await you in-game. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armament.
And welcome back to week number 2, day number 1 of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer. My name is Kuku TV, together with the lovely Miss Tash Bunny, and we are done with the first map. For me, it's just a warm-up match for this week. It's the Sanhok map, which was taken by Yangon Galacticos. So now we're going to be moving on to the bigger maps, 3 Erangels, 2 Miramar maps. Who will take those bigger maps?
I'm excited for this one because this is where we can truly see which team is going to be shining. Now, Yangon Galacticos took that first map just now that we saw, and I think it's a big statement from them as well. While they did not manage to get the top spot on week number 1, they are the team right now with the most chicken dinners. Now, my question for them is, have they found the solution to their problem, which is while they do manage to clinch up these games, how can they do so while getting that that balance between getting those chicken dinners as well as positioning, as well as getting those elimination points? I understand, like, some teams, they love to prioritize elimination points, like Austria. Harame Bro was going for that as well. Enigma tried to do that as well as one of their strats. Playbook Esports was definitely one of those teams who can land maybe 1 rank point only, but still have around 16 bomb eliminations before they go down. So that is definitely a statement in itself. So coming into today, I just want to see that balance come through. But on top of that, I mean, even a team that does not get those chicken dinners, and I know that for viewers at home, we see a team get those chicken dinners gives you excitement. It makes it very, very hype. But it's always to after the fact of the chicken dinner happens that we go toward the end screen, the scores and everything, which is to wonder, like, what the heck happened here? Why is this team on first place when they didn't even get a lot of rank points? And that's why I'm saying the meta, the playstyle, the objectives has now completely shifted.
Right. And the 2 of the teams that I'm looking forward in the bigger maps, like Erangel, would be Yangon Galacticos will be 1, and ASTE. Because if you look at the first map in Sanhok, they actually focused on positioning in the circle. And when it comes to bigger maps, it's basically getting into the circle. Survivability is the key for you to get wins in these bigger maps. It's not like Sanhok wherein you frag out early in the game like what Austria and APG did. But before we continue talking about that, let's talk about our newest RPA7, available right now until July 15th, worth over 80k of UC is what you're going to get with this one. Plus, we have the new custom color Nightscape Gladiator set, which is the male character set, the Graceful Watcher set, which is the female set. And then you can also include the upgradable Nightscape Gladiator PP Bison, where you can upgrade that and show up some exclusive elimination broadcast. And the newest Victory Dance, which, again, guys, please post it on social media. You can do it in real life as well and tag us so that we can see it.
I'm excited to see more of this. I think that this is a very, very flashy, I would say, a Royale pass that you can get It's really pretty, and definitely style on your teams on your enemies that way. Now let's talk a little bit another one that's coming up forward as well. But I'll talk a little bit about like teams. I think in this situation, I mean we've seen teams, right? We saw those really cute. I think that was one player that had a really cute pen that's in the shape of a bunny. It looks like Lion and Friends. Like I actually want it. And I'm having FOMO because those things probably came out when I wasn't actively playing. Now I'm upset because I want them. And so don't be like me and fall into that FOMO and get it right now. There is another one that's super cool, which is the PUBG Mobile X Shelby Supercars collaboration, which is available from now until July 9th. So you can get it under the featured event Motor Cruise, where you can stand a chance to own either a Tuatara or Tuatara Striker, and the vehicle tokens don't expire and can be used in the next corresponding event. So, you know, there's a lot of times there are a lot of these extra tokens you get after you get your stuff. Don't worry, you can still use them. Why get one car vehicle skin? You can get two. In fact, why don't you have 10 different ones from so many different events? Because I would do that.
Right. And I just saw like during the days off that we had that the Dragon Ball collaboration will be back. So
no way, real?
So that's sooner. I'm not sure if it's when it'll happen, but the Dragon Ball collaboration will be back very soon. There's also a current collaboration in the Philippines right now, which is Philippe. I want to promote that one as well since it's not included. It's now available live on your PUBG Mobile apps, so might as well grab your favorite sticker. I believe there's also a voice pack for this guy. One of the if you know K-pop, Tosh. This is P-pop or Filipino or Pinoy pop.
There's Pinoy pop?
Yeah. So he's now doing a collaboration right now with PUBG Mobile Philippines.
That's
and
awesome.
It is available right now.
That's really
in
cool.
our app here in the Philippines.
I didn't even know there was Pinoy pop. Today I learned. That's gonna be kind of cool. But now enough about Pinoy pop and K-pop. Let's talk about predictions. Oh, it seems to be a Filipino rally from both of us this round, alongside Queen Toyo, our next Filipino caster. No more Aya. Dang, I'm so sad. She will be missed.
So sad. She will be back next week, though.
Yeah. I just like seeing her picks. Her picks were very fun to watch, and it was such a big topic for us to talk about. Now, I mean, I think the Austria Young Galacticos picks speak for itself. Stalker on that myth pick is I don't want to say it's cope. That's kind of mean, but it's hard to say when
it's out of nowhere. Right?
I don't think. I mean, coming from patterns, I mean, the only map that they truly had shined on was Miramar. So I would most likely put them that on a Miramar map. Time to quick had their moments, so I understand why Sammy is seeing that potential and hopes to see more of that. But for me, for 2-1-4 Sin, is because number one, I'm a fan of Rankit. Number two. Number two, I think that the team has a lot of firepower. They have potential. It seemed like they weren't able to really show what they had last week, and I'm kind of hoping that they can do that this week. This is by myself. Again, this is not based on patterns. This is what I expect to see from the teams if they do manage to fix whatever they didn't manage to fix last week. Because 2-4 Sin, a team that's very aggressive, great on getting those elimination picks, very similar to PBE, just hasn't figured out how to do it properly.
Right. I'm picking PBE because I know for a fact that PBE does these beautiful rotations last week. They tried a different type of rotation in Sanhok in the first map that we had today, but got gatekept by another team. I mean, doing hard rotations in Sanhok is not really advisable, but I mean, if you're going to be playing in Erangel or in Miramar, that would work. Well, I guess I understand why you picked 2-1-4 Sin. Because even though that they were, for me, they were like all over the place during week number 1. Even though that they were that, they ended up at 8th place, just right below Genesis Esports, which is top number 7. And if they can manage to like control themselves and maybe try to get into better position compared to last week, well, maybe then 2-1-4 Sin can maybe grab their own winner chicken dinners this time around, because last week they didn't had one.
Yeah, they haven't seen it yet. And yeah, I think consistency is key. I think we can see consistency coming in from most of these teams that were in our predictions. So it is understandable. And a day, only one team can get that chicken dinner. But I think in a lot of situations, we want to see style of play, execution. We want to see explosiveness to come through. And I think we did see explosiveness on week number 1. We saw that a lot from Austria. We saw that even from Enigma, a team that's currently struggling toward the bottom side of the ladder. I think it wasn't toward the last few days that Enigma really seemed to be able to pull themselves together and just pull all the way from the bottom side of that ladder as well. It's got 7 as well as Flash Vision Esports that I have some concern for here because it doesn't feel like the previous years where we see a team who's at the bottom. They're just very, very quiet throughout the entirety of the season. They're just there to fill up the slots. You know, it feels sometimes like it, right? But in this situation, looking at Flash Vision Esports and even God of Death 7, we see those pop-off moments. We see those situations where they have that potential. And it really shows and really lets us realize that, okay, these two teams, while they are at the bottom, this potential is there. The potential to pop off, the potential to come up on top, the potential to gain those chicken dinners as well are there. But it's just that perhaps the lack of the experience or maybe not really understanding how to pull these rotations perhaps are the ones that's stopping them from being able to reach this potential. And I'm hoping on week number 2, this might be the week that they'll be able to show us how competitive it can be. Because honestly, I think it's pretty competitive when you look at toward the bottom side of the ladder. It's not so far behind compared to the rest. They're all keeping up to it, well with each other.
Right. I know that they're pretty competitive. I mean, Flash Vision Esports, APG, God of Death 7, those 3 teams, for me, they're lacking of the consistency. When you talk about consistency, you talk about like each game, you do those same things. Wherein I could find those errors or same mistakes that they do in like couple of games like consistently. So they need to remove all of those errors, and I hope that they'd learn in week number 1 and maybe try to use all of those learnings here in week number 2, wherein they can actually grab more eliminations, grab more placement points. We've seen that in match number 1. God of Death 7 really aggressive on third partying Austria Esports and even boxing in them inside Cow. And right now, in just 7 more seconds, we're going to see now the very first map of Erangel here in week number 2.
I'm excited to see how this is going to go. Erangel coming through. Here we go.
And,
oh, sorry, but you know what? You go ahead.
Yeah, we're flying in now to the first ever Erangel for week number 2. And look at this. This is a good flight path for PBE. So I'm looking towards to my prediction, having some good rotation for later on. But where will the circle go? I've said it before we even started the first game that we only saw 2 circles in Sosnovka military base last week. And if you noticed from last season, Tosh, there were like so many circles in Sosnovka military base, and it really made it hard for a lot of teams to actually rotate all the way from the northern side down to the southern side. Gave it much easier for Austria Esports, for Myth Clan, or for GE. And now look at the circle now going to the western side.
The opposite circle again. I am so excited to see these rotations already. One of the fastest ones into the circle includes Flash Vision Esports, SysTK, you can see TTQ rushing in, Yango Galacticos as well. And I think when it comes to teams that love getting these early rotations, you can just fully give it to Yango Galacticos as well as GE. Austria, there was one time where there was this early rotation from them, but that was because it was a very difficult circle to play with, and I think that they had changed their priorities coming into that particular game. So that was something that I'm just slowly putting into my notebook of notes and strats of different teams, and that's definitely something that we can expect from Austria again this week. And I think we talked about Austria, right, last week, how they were like swapping so many different drop spots, trying to figure out how exactly to play. But I've come to realize that I think from day number 3 last week, they've sort of settled already into Sosnovka military base.
Oh, and look at this. Zuki is actually all stuck at the second floor of this very building. There's only one place to actually get in. Ooh, nice throw that nade. Very low on HP for 2 players into this EKE. Our Heartless goes for the push in, but Zuki will not survive. There are just so many players of 60KE. But then again, here comes the cavalry from TTQ. Now Liquid, it's going to cook up a nade. I think the team 60KE is still not yet going for the revive. They don't have any heals, Tosh. Look at Heartless, 1 HP left on him.
He's just waiting. Q, taking his time, 60KE. Davan, the heavy hitter for the team, manages to get one for himself. The other members are in trouble. Davan needs to go up forward. Heartless is so low. Buying time. Can hear the sounds of footsteps, and 60KE prepares to push in. Boy Sean coming through. This is an insane crunch coming forward. TTQ has nowhere to go. Just waiting for time. They don't want to be sprayed. But it's hard to figure it out as Edward quickly gets in the vehicle. Boy Sean jumps down and he sprays one. Not forward. TTQ. Here's Finn. Coming to the area. Gets sprayed. He's so full right now. It's a massacre on the bottom end of the compound. The double barrel does the work, and TTQ gets eliminated. Since TKE plays that so well, a good crunch that comes out from so many locations, which leaves TTQ with nowhere to go.
And this is why I didn't pick TTQ for the early maps, because they take a lot of time before they, go ahead and do a lot, like what happened last week. It's the same goes to what TTQ did last season. They really took a lot of time for them to be so hot, and most likely they will be hot right around match number 4 up to until match number 6. But for match number 2, that is it for them. TKE, early 4 eliminations, early 4 points for them. As we look on now, PBE is just waiting for the items to be given out, and I think they're going to be set for the rotation now, since this is coming from Stalber, Kameshki area, going to the western side. And remember, I talked to Fort Rowe, the coach of PBE. He's just like very happy to see that Monboy and Ryman and the gang of PBE is able to manage to rotate all the way from the opposite side of the map, all the way to the opposite side of the circle, which is now onto the western side. And let's see how will they actually play this one out.
APG, a team that had a good start last week. I think I was actually pleasantly happy to see them come up on top, because it felt for a lot of seasons already, it seemed that they were really struggling in terms of their confidence. So this season, I'm happy to hear that they've sort of dealt with that confidence issue. They look a lot stronger when it comes to fights. It's about these fights and handling the firepower is my new concern now. It feels like they aren't on the same page. They aren't really, I would say, tying up loose ends. They are aware of every map, but they keep getting isolated as well in these 1v1s, which means that they aren't able to play off each other. So I'm hoping that this week would be different for them. The potential is there. We saw those sparks come in last week. But coming in from the Sanhok map, it doesn't seem that way quite yet. But again, the Sanhok map's circle was very difficult. It's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of things going on. So let's see how they go on this Erangel map. Fearless as well, just now, was a team that I saw going in for those early fights. And it seemed like they almost had won it. It's just the fact that those last minute decisions toward the last tail ends of the fight, which kind of cost them at times.
You're right with that. Decision making is the key as well when it comes to the bigger maps. You would have to think if you're gonna go ahead and engage or just go for the objectives. And we talked about Fearless Esports kind of like being TTQ, wherein it's on and off. Like there will be games off, and then all of a sudden after one game, they will all of a sudden get a lot of eliminations. Ooh, 2 Singaporean teams now playing. It's going to be Flash Rush Esports versus APG, which is actually on top. But there we go. That's going to be Juggy who will go down. But then again, Here are the rest of APG now who will go for the crash. You can see now Rix goes in for the crash. With
Oh,
a quick
Dox!
RB. DOS. Oh, nice nade coming from DOS. Able to take down Master Toki.
Oh, he's
But
already
DOS,
open.
oh, not able to actually see the players of Flash Vision Esports, surprising him. And then APG now goes for the rest, and they will be able to eliminate them.
Oh, it's just so unlucky that these two teams from the same country are just coming up, just rushing into each other that way, but only one team can come up on top, and it's gonna be APG. That was so very well done as well. I mean, we saw the aggression come through, and I was so surprised. I mean, I was talking about confidence just now from APG, and that's exactly what I wanted to see. Now, PBE in trouble, taking this fight against Myth. Myth, a team that everyone wants to see come up on top. They had their moments, their golden hours in the previous weekend. Haven't been able to come back to that yet. Let's see if this is gonna be changing. And Shot, one of his own, done, cold. And he just rushes forward. The other members of PBE are just running away. I don't think they want to try and stay too long in this fight as well. Positioning is key. Gerald does move out of the way. He's so low, he's going for indirect heals, but these sort of, not even isolated, but positioning that's just too far away from each other, it does make it a little bit hard to go in for these trades. Michi, one of the biggest heavy hitters for PBE last week, not able to go in quite yet. He's in trouble. Stuck. Pressure is there. Joseph puts in the bullets, but answers from his teammate. Let's give him a bit of breathing room. And now Joseph, I think he's thinking about moving out of the way. Don't know how much longer they can survive this fight. Remember, the longer they stay in the blue zone, the longer it will take for them to really figure out. Let's use all of these utilities as well. Stalemate for now, and I think both of them are saying that's fine. Let's just quickly move out of here. And the other members of Myth are gonna be very happy with this outcome. Pick up, not quite yet, and Dizzy sees another one. Raimon gets knocked down.
Yeah, and actually just like a couple of minutes ago, PBE already had made their decision to not revive Ryman. It's just that there were just so many angles that MidClan had for Playbook Esports, and Playbook Esports had nowhere to go, especially for Michi. Michi really needed to get some help coming from Jarrell, and it's good that he's still alive. He actually almost got knocked down by Joseph from MidClan, but good thing he was really quick with all those moves. So now the next part for PBE is, since they're actually on the far side of this circle, how and where will they actually go in now? Just look at how many teams now are in position, especially look at this. This is where YG is actually good. They always take that Mountain Gotka position, and this means that they will have all eyes on all of the teams who's going to get nearby them, especially we see GE as well. Just nearby YG, we also see God of Death 7, which is right now Amura, who's eyeing Genesis Esports and RSG. So they really need to be careful, especially that there is a team that is on top of that mountain wherein they can have a really good view, especially if they have all of the scopes that they needed.
For our risk, guys, today, a bit quiet for Sanhok. So expecting them to survive a little longer than earlier, but it's just unlucky. Again, a very tough circle to work with. And I think for Yango Galacticos, as you mentioned earlier as well, Kuku, that this high ground is just their staple. This is where they're going to be playing. Any high ground area that's going to be prime location is where you are going to be finding Yango Galacticos. Regardless, it is a little bit more quiet. I mean, that's why I said earlier about them. The highest amount of chicken dinners, but they still lag behind because, again, the point system rewards those who play a little bit more aggressive. And personally, I think that I like this because it just shows a little bit more aggression. It shows a little bit more on which teams are a little bit more experienced and stronger in terms of firepower, and which teams are better at making these decisions of taking a fight and moving away. Now, this circle is not necessarily the easiest as well. The flight path, if you guys just came into the stream, was toward the right side before the circle happened toward the left side, and now it's just pulling all the way to the western side. And I'm actually kind of surprised how not that aggressive the eastern side is right now. But speaking of aggression, God7, Amura Chile finds himself in a bit of pressure from GE.
And I love the positioning of YG. They didn't just like took the mountain. They also went ahead and extended over on the south side of it. This was actually coming from their mistake in one of the matches that we had last week, wherein they got eliminated on the mountaintops. They extended all the way to the other side, like to the eastern side of the mountain. And Cute Loki able to get that compound now that the circle has shifted, meaning that YG has that option to take that compound and also at the same time to maybe even split up on a duo split. Ooh, there we go. That's WTZ, who actually got taken down all because of that fall damage. He was way too fast, crashing into that compound. And TQ get the best of it. Monboy also will go down as well. And these are teams who are coming from the blue zone. They're having a little bit of a hard time getting into the circle now since everyone else is already in position.
PBE. This is something I was not expecting. They have 0 points. Hold that thought. Needs to come out, bounces off the wall, so TQ this time finds themselves in trouble. Yago Galacticos had moved away from the high ground into a compound instead, and now the collapse from the other members of TQ is here. Cavalry arrived, but the positioning of Yago Galacticos is something I really enjoy. Cute Loki, they got that opening, plays so aggressively. He has a DBS, he jumps up down inside, and that is so hard for him to just really chase. The chase comes on, but Cute Loki finds himself in trouble, knocked out. Fern makes it work and makes everyone who chases him suffer. He's not done quite yet. He's gotten 2 already. The CQC play in his favor.
One more?
3, in fact. Can he actually just completely obliterate the team is the question. Not quite yet, because ASTE wants to join the fight. Say Cloud alone cuts the noise. And now ASTE, they're here. Miner, one of the heavy hitters from last week, has made a lot of clips. The aggression is still very much here. The nades comes through, and Yango Galacticos take 14th place. And now it's all about just cleaning up house. Fern, still waiting. He's done well playing with the CQC. A DBS in hand. He takes full advantage of it. No one wants to push him quite yet. They've already sort of understood that that's exactly what he's been doing here. Don't want to play too aggressively. Perhaps a volley. Just flush him out. Fern, 3 in the bag. And he's just making it work for him, despite not having his team. But the flush out is too much. Miner ends him. And they follow suit at 13th place, but not without a fight.
Yeah, not without a fight. The third-party meta coming in from ASTE. And you always see ASTE at the northern side of the circle. I'm not sure if it's a pattern that they're doing, and they're now able to control of that northern side. And look at this. All of the other teams are just focused on the southern side. There we go. That's Kainin, who was able to eliminate 1 player of Fearless Esports, and Ostja is on the move now, going towards the zone.
Waiting. I'm actually surprised that GE decided to play inside and in the middle of the field so early. I understand that they want to go for whatever small cover they have, but it's still quite early. And the concern I have is that they're just going to get chunked down from different areas and angles, but it's GE we're talking about, a team that has one of the cleanest mechanical plays we've ever seen. So let's see how they decide to play in that area very well. Fearless, they have lost Na. And in the previous round, they weren't able to get a lot of, I would say, value from their fights. We've seen those moments, those splashes of potential from them, Fearless. Especially from Harry, actually, when you think about it. Very aggressive. He can really win those 1vXs. So I want to see more of that. But they're keeping quiet, and 2-4 Sin as well. A less aggressive approach to make sure they can survive to the end.
And right now, this is your favorite player, Rankid, 214 Sin, just lurking around the areas of Fearless Esports. Fearless doesn't have one more player. Oh, actually, look at this. Myth Clan now pushes in at PvE. Now Jarrell pushes in. He actually heard Shroud healing downstairs, and there you go. That's an elimination for one of the guys of Myth Clan. And Jarrell, really smart with just putting in all of the smokes just to delay things up a bit, for him not to be eliminated early here. Mid-Clan needs to be careful as well, because look at the mini-map. There's so many teams that are surrounding them.
Oh, the nade!
Oh, the nade!
Full force in Dizzy's face! Whew. Not the best outcome to be in. Yeah, nearly. A little bit more further front, and he might have gone out. His teammates are there, so not too worried. But they have lost 2 already, so the amount of support they're going to be getting is not the highest. And you can see that GE just now, one of them had already been knocked down. So that was exactly what I was talking about in terms of what GE had to be careful of about being in the circle too early. Blanks still waiting. He knows exactly where Harry's is. Harry's hasn't moved around quite yet, so he's waiting. Playing a very dangerous game when you think about it, not in the open. Ranzer close. And I think I've mentioned so many times the amount of potential Ranzer has. He has to go for the heals, nearly goes down. Exquisite, a team that's gotten 2 chicken dinners on Friday. Takes up APG. Juggies preps that nade. They weren't able to win earlier. They want to win now. He's come through. Juggies sees a lot of damage. Has to go for a pick up the blue zone. Not doing anything in his favor. Exquisite does it perfectly. And Myth Clan as well is out.
That was kind of like a mini red zone that Exquisite Esports did there. Everyone was cooking up nades. And now, look at this. RSG versus God7. Naughty Boy now getting set for them to push inside. God of that 7 only has 2 members strong here. Amora Chili very low on HP. If they can actually get one down, then this is going to be it for God of that 7. But there we go. That's a knockdown. I think it's coming from a frag grenade that was exploded inside. Yeah, there you go. That's maybe to get that nade inside, and Amora Chili together with XZYXY is already out of this game.
The rotations are coming through fast and hot. Let's see that GE had managed to get the pickup onto Zai as well, so they're pretty much safe. I'm really liking the position that GE has taken because look at this little terrain they've played through. But there is going to be a contest. RSG, in fact. One member of GE all the way in the backside. And now Bunny puts in the pressure onto Red Bull. Red Bull coming up. Hasn't moved quite yet. Zizak goes down. Master Ichi. He's been quick on these first contact fights, and he does a lot and gets a lot of value out of it. Bunny, he sniffs up one. Doesn't want to go through aggressively. Doesn't see anyone on the tree line as well, so they're just gonna quickly just move upwards. But with GE having this little terrain in the middle of the area, it's a lot of value from them. But the crossfires is what I'm worried about. Marnet finds Zio, so looks like GE are I'm just worried that they're eating or biting a bit much more than they can chew. But it doesn't seem to be the case at all. CCTKE is also getting taken out by them. Master Ichi, a lot of pressure onto the other members of CCTKE to really deny that pickup.
Yeah, this is kind of dangerous for the other squads. GE on a really good power position right now, able to actually spot them from far distance. PBE is already out of this game. It's looking that PBE that needed a lot more games before they can heat up. Now, Ostja looking up the nades also onto the side of RSG. Ooh, nades actually would push the Coop RB, the cover of RSG, away from them. And then Ostja Esports, Nongx, and Skynet. Ooh, look at them. They're actually stuck together with their vehicles. But then again, they're going to have to push. There's going to be no choice for them. There you go. Gooey gets Zizak down. First knockdown for them. Now Skynet will go for a follow-up, but we'll just put up some smokes just to make sure that they're covered from far distance. Gooey now.
Oh, that nade is so
nade coming from
wow!
Nongx.
Nongx is just so huge. He gets Bunny as well. Skynet with the sprays on the other end. Naughty Boy just running for his life. It's so hard for him to do anything. There's just too much pressure coming in from Ostja. They haven't moved quite yet. The blue zone, not in their favor. It's a 3-way, 4-way fight even. Rankit throws a nade. Finds no one. Tags Nongx. Nearly runs into it. But Rankit's not done. The setup of smokes still very much there. Skynet's on fire. The amount of fighting in the southern side is almost too much. And now, Red Bull, our Terminator for last week, on the aggression, finds one. Wants to go for 2. He does get one more. Wacko gets knocked. Makes with a nade. He rushes forward. He's low. But doesn't matter. There's a lot of shrubbery. A lot of areas for him to hide in. Finds him. The micro angle underneath the vehicle. Takes out Wacko. The car explodes as well. Giving a little bit of space for him to just use it for cover. Not gonna be a problem for Mix to pick up blanks. They have a lot of time, but not a lot of information. Ostja being very patient. They don't want to be sprayed. A nade to come through and gets him. Blanks wasn't able to go for that reset. No time to do anything, and the collapse is just perfect. And 2-1 for Sin. Can't do more than that.
And not And Nang X with that perfect nade all the way from the other side, all the way to the opposite side again. Austria Esports just controlling now the south side of the zone. And now all eyes now onto the side of GE. They have a plan now on taking this game.
No movement yet, says Austria. Ooh, the entirety of GE now in trouble. Marnet is all alone. He's low. Zai from the bottom side. I don't think he spotted him quite yet. Master Ichi's now in trouble. Playing the smokes game. Nang X comes up on top. Regardless, as we go into this one, Boy Sean can't move anywhere. Exquisite now, finding his terrain, pushing up forwards. Nang X does eat some damage. 1-1-1 sort of push from Austria. Just making it very slow. Everyone has to push through them, and all roads lead to Austria. That's exactly what they wanted. Marnet, a good pickup from himself. Finds one. Yeah, we as well. GE eliminated. And that's the problem I was really hoping that GE wasn't going to have.
Fortunately for GE, they're out of this game now. Austria took control now of their hill. But then again, now this is going to be SysTKE who closes in to the side of Austria. Skynin all ready for the push coming from SysTKE now. But then again, there's going to be Nativ. Throws in a nade. Ooh, almost knocks down Skynin. Just 1 HP left on him. And then, ooh, Heartless. Oh, he ran over Nang X, who was just throwing those nades earlier on, but he cannot throw it anymore. He's going to be down on the ground. And this is going to be the time for SysTKE to take over of this hillside where Austria took over GE's. Now, Heartless, not really sure, though, where he's throwing this, but there's no one there. And Austria will be able to go ahead and reset themselves. Unfortunately, they lose Nang X in the process.
SysTKE. Oh, man. This spray, this ambush, they set it to perfection. Natab does not realize there's a crossfire. Austria playing the side of the circle very well. Our top 4 is here, SysTKE. Surprising everyone on this first Erangel today. Not quite done yet though, they have to survive. As we go into this one, ASTE with only 1 player left. Almost deja vu, a similar moment from the last match. ASTE, survivability is key. Consistency as well, perhaps. Not able to get a chicken dinner yet. Could be huge if he's able to bring it there. And so is RSG, our final person left standing. Exquisite. Last Friday getting 2 chicken dinners as well. Wouldn't be surprised if they came up on top, but for SysTKE, their aggression, their moments, perhaps this is the moment that they'll be able to show us what they're capable of.
Yeah, different face for See You Soon Tiger Kill Enemy Squad right now. Able to eliminate Austria Esports even after Austria eliminates GE. So that was a really good engagement there. But then again, we're down to 4. It is a 3v2 v1v1 situation here with SysTKE having that advantage, especially that they also have the circle on stage number 7. Next stage will be the final circle, and then stage 9 is where we close in the blue zone. What's going to happen here for Kai, by the way, since he's actually right at the edge of the blue and also right at the edge, just outside the circle. So most likely he will just be quiet here. We'll wait it out for the other squads to fight it up, and then maybe later on he can just go for that third-party situation wherein he can probably get like 1 elimination or maybe even steal away the chicken dinner from the rest.
And now here's the lull, the silence, open area. And this is how the end of a wide open field fight goes. It's all about finding that first pick-off, the first person who does the contact and how you're going to be reacting to it. Despite Natiev not being around, Heartless has been the heavy hitter for this particular Erangel map. They have a little bit of a high ground to work with as well. The positioning of Exquisite on a closer lower ground area can give a lot of value. just suffering there beside the fire. Pushed out of his position, forced to go out in the open. But every time anyone pops their head up, They get clipped.
And MM now currently down. Most likely he will die in this process. Oh, Kai actually spotted by Koopa. Unfortunately for ASTE, they won't get the winner chicken dinner this time around. Now it's actually Naughty Boy who has been really quiet. Oh, but Koopa, I think he actually spotted Naughty Boy. That's why he actually backed out there. But then again, he's gonna still have to be focused since STKE still has the advantage here on the hillside. They were able to actually go for the reset as well as they were able to revive their teammate. So MM will just provide information now for Koopa, and Naughty Boy will be the one that I mentioned earlier, will be the one who is third party after Koopa and the rest of STKE will fight later on.
Exquisite, with only one person left. Their positioning had been compromised. They can't do any more than that, but perhaps Koopa, don't know, maybe he can get isolated fight? Perhaps? It'll be hard. But there's also that worry that Naughty Boy is able to just pick them off one by one. We've seen this happen before. Well, everyone just tunnel visions onto one player. Another one just comes out the other end and just completely sprays and catches them from behind. So that's exactly what STKE wants to avoid. And them holding this terrain, this cover, gives them a lot of value. They don't have to worry about anyone flanking them from behind as well. Naughty Boy goes down. Risk guys, third place. And now it's Koopa against the world. Koopa against STKE. The sprays, Heartless finds all the information. A DBS play to come through. That's not hit. Heartless and him playing Ring Around the Rosie. Micro angles being used here. Both missing. All kills not coming up on top. And Heartless shows us a masterclass of how a 1 versus 1 should be. A winner chicken dinner for STKE. And on top of that, a statement of what this team can bring to the table this week.
Nice drop shot finish there by Heartless. And I was like thinking, like, why aren't they pushing where in fact they were just they weren't just aware that Koopa was all alone now, and then the other team is actually Naughty Boy. So I think they thought that there was another player left for Exquisite Esports. That's why they were not really pushing at all. But then again, when they eliminated Naughty Boy, that's the time that they actually pushed, and they were able to get that finish, get that winner chicken dinner for match number 2.
Yeah, honestly, I am shocked at everyone's performance today. A huge step up from every single team. It's exciting to see all of these teams that didn't really show their fangs last week start to do so this week as well. Another team, I mean, I'm sorry, I just have to talk about ASTE here. How are they able to survive 2 maps in a row with only 1 player and making it to the top 3, in fact? A little bit more quiet day from ASTE. I'm not gonna lie, I really miss seeing the aggressive plays, but perhaps the priorities have changed and how exactly they want to approach this game. So, I mean, yes, it's great for them that they're able to survive till the end, but I think they really shine when it comes to getting those team fights, getting those eliminations.
Well, I mean, we've seen them in week number 1, wherein day number 1 was not a good day for them. They were kind of a little bit of aggressive out in the early stages. They were trying different type of dropping points. But then again, coming in day number 2 on week number 1, we saw the real ASTE. So it might happen this time around, wherein they were trying to test the waters with the new groupings that we have now. And I'm not sure if you notice this, like ASTE always gets that northern side part of that circle. Eventually, if things doesn't go well, they just survive, maybe try to go for that healing game. And you can see there when Kai got eliminated, and then Heartless got that winner chicken dinner moment. The MVP, though, it's going to be Red Bull, not from STKE, but it's going to be from Austria Esports. 3 total eliminations with 5 total knockouts, 3 total assists with 1,089 total damage, 339 total heals with 22-23 survival time. I'm just kind of... I mean, not really disappointed, but I'm kind of like wanting Austria Esports to win it all earlier, but they weren't able to clutch it out with STKE.
Honestly, at this point, just give Red Bull the entirety of the weekly Terminator. Starting off strong today with another MVP? Is there anything this guy cannot do right in a game? A clutch master, damage dealer, eliminator, a knockouter for the team. He takes up so much space gives so much impact. Also, picking up his teammates, insane. But we want to talk about the team that's managed to get a chicken dinner. We're looking at SIS TKE, a team that relies on heavy firepower and aggression. They look so good today. A little bit more, I would say, quiet toward the beginning side. But as we go toward the mid to the end game is where we start to see the step up. Davan, heavy hitter for the team from last week. This hasn't changed this week. All eyes are on him as how this team goes for that first contact, the trades even, or in fact even clutches. 11 eliminations in the bag for this game, and also almost 2k damage shows that they have been fighting for their lives from their rotations all the way to the final circle.
And they were really strong when they actually pushed Austria Esports right at the bottom side of the zone. And they noticed that the circle weren't in their side, so they just went ahead, just risk it all, and that risk basically rewarded them with this chicken dinner right at the end. They were able to get that hillside, that high ground advantage, able to see everyone else. Good pickup also with with that throw of that molly, puts him out of position so that they will be able to pick him up, and just one by one picking up all the remaining players in that game. Again, congratulations to SIS-TKE getting their own winner chicken dinner in week number 2 now. As we look on the overall stats here, a lot of eliminations, 61, 58 total knockouts, 83, 49 heals, 17 total revives with 315 throwables used, 369 drive distance, 3.54 longest elimination distance, 14 total headshots with 2651 survival time, and true airdrops looted. It kind of went slower right at the end when all of the other remaining players were just proning on the ground because it's just way out on the open.
I think in this situation as well, I wanted to say that it's a very aggressive match. Not really. I would say it's a very aggressive early game to a very quiet mid game, and then it starts going over to 100 really quickly, especially toward the southern and the eastern side of the map. So it was definitely a harder circle. Even teams like GE and Young Galacticos, who prioritized being the circle early and getting the prime locations, were knocked out soon as well. And this is why I said that getting the middle position early may not necessarily be a good thing. Now coming into this one, STKE is the team to come up on top with 21 points total, but Austria, the amount of eliminations, once again, their style of play of getting eliminations has launched them all the way to top, second place. In fact, not even that far off away from STKE, despite only getting 3 rank points, as Exquisite as well does pretty well. And I think this might be the rise of Exquisite, if you think about it. The last week they played, they were very strong, and it seems that momentum has not worn off despite the 2-day break they had.
And with this one now, SIS-TKE with the strong start, I just hope that they will be consistent, because that's what they're lacking. If you saw the previous season as well, and also week number 1 here in the PMCL Summer. Now look at the overall now, with them being on top, 25 total points. Austria's still there, even though that they're not getting those rank points. They're able to actually get those elimination points. They're actually the topmost team who has that many elimination points, 19 in total to be more specific. Now YG is still there with their winner chicken dinner in match number 1 with 21 points. Another team who is very consistent is ASTE. ASTE, we've talked about them, Tosh, that they're not able to get those winner chicken dinners, but they thrive until the very end. They only have like 1 player remaining with No Fear in Sanhok, and then Kai here in the second map of Erangel, able to actually get that top number 3 place in that match.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting outcome on how this week is starting. Again, reminding everyone that day number 1 is an introductory week, as we are going through some group shuffles. So while everyone has played each other, but playing together every day and making sure that your drop spots are clear, making sure that there's no change to do that also does affect it. So honestly, despite everyone saying like, oh, your day number 2 is going to be the day where everyone seems to come up on top, not necessarily either, because we do have another group that hasn't played day 2. So day number 3 to 5 is the day that you can really put that gauge on what exactly each team can bring and how their executes are going to be. But teams that start off early, very strong, and that can maintain the momentum are teams that come up on top. We haven't seen that same momentum come through from GE quite yet from last week. We have, and I'm happy to hear that a lot of teams, they have been able to, not end the first two games without any points at all. So, the momentum build is there. The question is, how is it going to go? We still have another two more Erangels as well, and I think a lot of priority will be put on this because Miramar is definitely a more difficult map to navigate.
Yeah, you're right with that. Miramar much more difficult. The circle is kind of random. Same goes with Erangel, but not that much. But then again, we're gonna be right back on a short break with TV and Tash Bunny. We'll be right back.
PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the Steel Ark that spawns mechas, there's also the Assembly Base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The Assembly Base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the Assembly Base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a Legendary Pilot Challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next, is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knocked down state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the magnet gun. It's a downgraded version of the magnetic arm in gun form. Switch to it by tapping on the firearm bar. It has the same abilities as the magnetic arm. It uses magnetic energy to pull and grab vehicles or other players, opening up more possibilities in combat. Try experimenting to see what it can pick up. Lastly is the respawn beacon. It will show up in either the steel arc or the assembly base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the popularity event is back. We added a popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from popularity battles and team popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new version update, come
Two matches are done, and we are back at it again here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer. Again, my name is Kuku TV, together with Tash Bunny out here in the English desk. And we're back to provide you with more PUBG Mobile action as we move now over to match number 3 and match number 4. Two more Erangel maps to come around the groups A, B, C, and D. And we're actually looking at a lot of surprises here, because we're not looking at the usual. Like, I mean, GE is not very dominant. PBE, not really that much as well. I mean, we are seeing Austria Esports right now still able to get dominating with Red Bull leading the way, even though that they're not getting those winner chicken dinners. They're still at top number 2.
I'm excited when you come into that. I mean, yes, it's always exciting when you already see teams such as GE, a team that was in Tier 1 before, play here in Challengers. And being challenged just show us what we can or can be expecting in terms of firepower as well as talent here in Southeast Asia. And I think it's also really exciting because we are not only just seeing Southeast Asia this time, we have players coming in from a different region, joining the fray as well as part of the team. So it does bring a little bit of a nice mix, a little bit of a nice little change in pace and play when it comes to the Challengers League for Southeast Asia. Now, holding that thought, we do have the Royal Pass A7 available now. So this is something that you can get between now as well as 15th of July. So you have some time to just really get it and just really grind it out. So don't say that you don't have time to do it. Now, you can get the Knight's Click Gladiator set, which comes in many colors, and this is the male guy set, as well as the Graceful Watcher and the Graceful Watcher cover, which is a 2 different part fit. Now, coming into this as well, you have weapon skins, you also have the Victory Royale dance. So, I still haven't seen it. I mean, we did briefly see it last week when MFG showed us that after a really good moment. But if you guys do have some pop-off moments you want to share, do show it and show us the emote and tag PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, most definitely, so that we can see your dance moves with this brand new dance trace, which is the newest victory dance for RP Ace 7. And also, if you love to play that mecha theme mode, you're also going to be getting those 2 newest skins, which is the Nightscape Gladiator Levitron and the Nightscape Gladiator Strider. And we've talked about this a lot, where you can lasso your enemies. I've seen it on the ads as well, or the commercials that we see while during break. You can actually lasso one enemy, and then you can just play with them, fire your guns at will. But before we talk about that, let's also talk about the newest collaboration between PUBGM x Shelby Supercars. Available now until July 9th, and you can actually find it under featured event Motor Cruise. You can get your own Tuatara and Tuatara Striker. And guys, vehicle tokens do not expire and can be used in the next corresponding event. And speaking of next corresponding event, Tash, I did told you that there was a trailer of that Dragon Ball Super collaboration again, and it is coming.
Oh, I'm excited. We all love some good collabs, and PUBG Mobile tends to do that. Now, coming into our matches later, we have two Erangel maps to look out for, to be excited about. And out of all the maps, I think I can safely say that Erangel is my best to not only watch, it's my favorite to cast, and also my favorite to play. It's a little bit more familiar to me. It has a little bit more variety when it comes to terrains as well. It's not as oppressive when it comes to rotations like Miramar. Now, coming into this one, I think a lot of eyes are looking at teams that are already the top dogs in the region, right? When you think about Erangel, you can think about Austria, you think about Playbook Esports, you think about Young Galacticos, you think about Genesis. But what about teams that we don't really talk about? ASTE has managed to get a chicken dinner there. Exquisite has managed to get a chicken dinner there as well. That really surprised all of us and in amazing fashion. And on top of that, a very dominant way how they approach it. So this region is definitely getting a lot more competitive. And it's going to be very fun to watch. And speaking of our predictions, why are you matching me again? Stop it.
No, I'm not matching you again. I mean, I just see Austria start slow and then eventually by by midday, all of a sudden they get that winner chicken dinner, and it's kind of like what we're seeing right now.
Wait, can I challenge you on something?
Oh,
okay. So I'm gonna change my prediction a bit. They're not gonna get chicken dinner, but they're gonna get to the top by getting eliminations instead.
No, okay. Well, maybe that will happen because I mean, in
It's a
match number
pattern.
two,
Yeah.
in match number two, they did that, and then in match number one, they just did that as well. They didn't really went for the objective, which is to survive. I mean, in match number two, we almost thought that they were gonna survive until then. SysTKE pushed them, and SysTKE eliminated them in that game. But I mean that's yours, but mine I'll still stick with Austria winning it because
Austria getting the chicken dinner, so that's yours.
Yes,
All the way
that's
till
mine.
the end. Okay.
Yeah.
That's understandable. I think it's something that we can both be excited about. But again, Austria, they do the same things. They love these eliminations type of play. And I would love to see more of that. So I wouldn't be surprised if they would do that. Follow B on PBE. And I think it's a good one because PBE has not had a moment to survive toward the end yet. They've been just pretty much unlucky. They weren't getting as much eliminations as they would like to as well. So would like to see that come on top. Young Galacticos, again, a household name. Wouldn't be surprised if they were able to. I think it's always a toss-up when it comes to chicken dinners, when it comes to these upper teams. It is more likely for them to get it. But Young Galacticos today, what I've been really surprised about is the fact, I mean, we start to see these moments, right, where yes, they get the high ground, yes, they have a good hold, but then another team out of nowhere can still manage to push up on top. I'm not saying they weren't prepared, but when it comes to these very aggressive, explosive pushes, they don't seem to have an answer to that yet. And I'm hoping that they're able to fix that because we've seen it happen. ASTE did it to them, and today I believe, I don't remember which team did it to them, but that happened to them as well as they moved away from their high ground area as the circle pushed toward the middle side.
One other squad that was not picked on all of these predictions that may have a chance to get the chicken dinner is Strangers Tribe Aromacy. I mean, they were really consistent on trying to stay at the end of the game. It's just that they don't have the time to have everyone else surviving. It's always been only that one last guy right at the end. So I think they will try to adjust things up wherein they will try at least to have everyone else survive the game. We've seen them last week wherein they were very dominating when it comes to the end game, even if they were like on a 4v3 situation or even in a 4v4 situation. With the ASTE, that can be another pick that can be, be a winner for this matchup.
Yeah, and I think it's gonna be fun coming to see how this is gonna go. Erangel once again. We've seen some SMB circles. We've seen the opposite circles. We've seen heart shifts. We'll love to see a Stalber circle. That hasn't happened quite yet. So hoping to see that over in our second Erangel map of the day.
And we're flying in now on match number 3. out of the waters of the western side of the Sosnovka Island, going straight up to Severny. And when you talk about Severny, this is where Enigma MSI is actually dropping, and they're actually not here right now. So this is an open dropping point for the rest of the gang here. But look at this. Myth Clan, are they challenging Austria now? They're dropping at the
Oh, they
same
are.
area.
Yeah, we didn't see them drop an SMB earlier. This
Yeah, right.
is a new one. So
And there's also another one here at Primorx. This is SysDKE, and I believe the other player or team is, it's not Fearless, but there's going to be another team right at Primorx. So, too early hot drops here, or maybe Myth is going to just do jungle drops right around Sosnovka military base. But this is kind of interesting coming from Myth Clan. They're changing things up a bit.
I'm wondering why these two teams are looking toward the southern side. I mean, okay, that's a good prediction that the circle will be toward the southern side. But my question is, what made them decide they wanted to go there? On top of that, a team that's very strong, Austria, are they planning? I mean, yeah, maybe perhaps they want to try and clip Austria early to stop them from being able to ride momentum. But that's a really high risk. That's a high risk, high reward play. And this is going to sound really, I would say, biased, but it's hard to really say that Myth will be able to take them based on their performance in the previous week.
Yeah, you're right with that. Well, the confidence is there. That's good to see. But then again, here at Primorx, it's going to be battle for positioning here, as RSG now is just waiting for SysDKE to actually push in. Bunny, this guy we've talked about a lot of things.
We love Bunny.
Yeah, we love Bunny. We also love the one that starts with Tosh.
That caught me off guard. Oh man. Okay.
Well, I know why you love Bunny, because it's half of your name.
Yeah, but also I really like how aggressive he is. Hard hitter for the team. We've seen him play these very aggressive plays, 1v3s, clutches. This guy can do it all. And I think last week on day number, I think the earlier of the week, there was a lot, it felt like a lot of pressure was on Bunny. He was technically trying to drag them to the finish line when it comes to these high pressure moments. And then you see a step up from the team toward the end of the week. Toward the end of the week. So perhaps our Bunny is the key after all, you know?
All right. And Heartless was the one who actually got that final kill with a drop shot onto the player of Exquisite Esports. Then again, we'll see him holding an M16. This is another gun, or an underrated gun, to be honest with you. M16 usually used for single shots, but there's an auto mode now for an M16, which is like what I mentioned, underrated. So let's see if he's gonna try to use it like that, or just go with the single shot option. Then again, we switch over to Georgia Pole Apartments. Then we switch over to Austria Esports, and like what we saw earlier on, Austria Esports saw that there were another squad dropping with them, and they actually thought that they will do a hot drop with them at military base, but Myth Clan just decided to go on jungle loot. Then again, the circle. Let's talk about the circle here, Tosh.
Yeah.
This circle is good for 214 Sin.
It is, but it is still good for a lot of others as well. Oh, hold on, thought. SDKE this time still aggressing. Boy shot from the outside, and Daban all the other out of sight. He gets caught out. Tanya finds one. Zizak goes down, and so does Boyshan. Now, RSG. Everyone inside SysDKE. The other members just collapsing forward as the two members, one of them knocked already.
Ooh, nice name.
Now, careful. Maybe. Wants to go for the pickup. Bunny, all alone. Low in top of that. Trying to find a way into this fight. Tanyev putting in the pressure. The nade primed. Spots on one. Does it land on them is the question. Oh, the sprays. Immediately finds Naughty Boy. Can't do much that maybe. Was not able to save his teammate's life. Tanyev applying a lot of pressure onto this team. Onto this player, in fact. That they weren't able to go for a reset at all. This collapse for SysDKE is dangerous, is explosive, and is terrifying. RSG was not prepared for this. They weren't in position to play off each other. So Isaac all the way out in the open. It's going to be incredibly hard to go for that pickup. A nade to the top side just to buy some space.
Ooh,
and it
almost.
nearly knocks out Maybe. Can hear him. Technically, hard in his chest. Missed him. One more forward. Can't be more knocked down. The lobs come through. And immediately the other members of 60KE wants to get that kill confirmed. Not happening yet. Bunny with a double barrel in hand. Nah, he's all alone. He plays his CQC very well. He might come up on top. We've seen him do magic before. He does get one. Can't do more. A crunch from his teammate. Potentially saves his life. And RSG eliminated at 16th place.
And 60KE getting 4 early points. And this is how they started, remember, from match number 2? This is how they started early. Getting 4 eliminations, getting that momentum over until they get the winner chicken dinner. So let's see if they can actually do this now as we move along, though they don't have that 4th guy as they lose one with a 4-1 trade at Primorx. Now you can see Fearless Esports just rotating all the way from the northern side now, getting into the circle. Ooh, Fit almost got run over by Ranzer, but then again, able to get up on his feet. Ooh, Fit. We'll get another one that's going to be Need You. Need You now will be dead, and Fearless Esports with that rotation, they lose one member.
Fearless. Been really unlucky in terms of their rotations. One of the biggest problems Fearless had is being caught out, picked off in the middle of the rotations. And if you are a type of team that gets caught out in the middle of rotations, I don't think it's the Fearless that team to get off their vehicles to go for that fight either. They would just rather move out of the way. It's still very early for them to take these fights. And surprisingly for APG, despite them being at the bottom of the scoreboard, they want to take these fights. They want to go aggressive. They haven't really had the best team fights. But I think in this situation, they're like, okay, we're not doing well in terms of survivability. We're getting caught out a lot. Let's change up the pace. Let's play aggressive. And I think kudos to them for having so many styles and approaches to what they want to see in a game. They haven't found the answer quite yet, but the only way to know is just really change it up, and APG has been doing just that.
Yeah, right with that. Ooh, PBE now. They heard the gunshots from Flash Fusion Esports, so they now went ahead and battled with them here. But then again, there's another team, which is Yangon Galacticos, who's right in front of Flash Fusion Esports. Monboy now getting hit by Cute Loki, but he needs to be careful because there will be sprays coming from a different angle as Romeo Boy just defends his other teammate, which is WTZ, who confirms Master Rix. Now Mitchie confirms Fit. And now it's going to be just one more player left, I think, for Flash Fusion Esports, which is Master Toki. And he's actually sandwiched. This is bad for him. Now he had no choice but to just go out. And he got eliminated there by YG. Ooh, say Cloud. Beautiful spray down.
Oh, Michi.
Will take down 2. Nice sprays coming from Say Cloud, and PBE is gone.
Thankfully has some util to play with, so circle in their favor. They come up on top out of that. And not only do they win that fight, they also have this area on the outside of the circle. TQ is now here. If you remember earlier, TQ was a team that managed to overturn Yangon Galacticos, if I'm not mistaken, the last map. Now, coming into this circle, it's quite a difficult one because it was ping-ponging. Not only was it ping-ponging, it's now pulled down all the way to SMB. God, 7 in trouble, GE putting in the pressure. No, nothing more than just a tag. Can't do more than that. But that doesn't mean other teams are going to be stopping their aggressive plays to enforce in. So Ranked as well go in for some dips. But they don't want to fight. They would rather go for a reposition. That's exactly what they did. They're not done yet with this fight. But they're prioritizing survivability and positioning rather than these fights. And they have this southern area of the mainland in their hands, allowing them for this quick rotation if, say, the circle decides to go toward the island. In my opinion, it's not gonna be an island circle. It's looking more toward the mainland, but you know, anything can happen. It is a battle royale after all. So for SESC, they're in trouble. TTQ putting in the damage, putting in the hurt. Zayo finds one at the very least. A quick revenge, perhaps, but no fear is here! Not sure if it is anything but down. Oh my god, TTQ! Aggression on a whole nother level today. And finding success against a team as aggressive as AST. And on top of that, having the game sense to realize they're being flanked. I think TTQ might be the team to watch out for this week.
And you are right with that. And they eliminate one of the dominating squads when it comes to rotation, which is Stranger's Tribe Aromacy. And now, Nativ gets spotted from the window. And that is TQ now. 4 members strong. They're actually just tanking the blue zone right now. It is still just stage number 2, so this is not that too much for as long as you have those full boosters with you. Blanks goes down. Ooh, Rankid goes down as well. And this is all because of Amura, who actually sandwiched him. And then it's going to be just Migs for 214 Sin. All of a sudden, the change of the circle really hurt 214 Sin a lot. And Migs able to get a headshot over there. Knocks down 1. But he still needs to knock down 3 members, or 2 more players rather, for the side of God7. Nades now coming from Nye Pacquiao. Nades coming in from Migs as well, trying to confirm that kill. Devon on the kill feed gets the top down. And see you soon will be eliminated also. So with that early engagement, it didn't really help them a lot because of the circle.
He's just waiting. Despite the fact there's so much pressure onto him, he's still going on the aggressive. Spots one out, takes a bit of damage. He's solo. He has no heals. He plays aggressively, and he will go down. In trouble now, 214 Sin. His teammate nowhere to be seen. He's bought a lot of time for them. Wacko, the final hope for the team to just be able to get them some extra points before they go. Migs now out, all on his lonesome, on a speedboat on top of that. So the circle.
This is a bad circle.
This is a terrible circle.
Yeah.
And my prediction is completely wrong. It pulls down toward SMB. It might even end up to be a bridge circle. Great for us though. It's fun to watch, but terrible in terms of positioning, in terms of takes. TQ waiting on one end. All eyes on Romeo boy. He survives. Hasn't gone down quite yet. Red Bull finds a member of TQ. Yago Galacticos as well has their eyes on that particular team. A lot of pressure. And it's insane how many teams are still inside the blue zone.
Right now, YG needs to get to the circle now, as they're actually preparing now. Look at Say Cloud healing it himself up. Then again, it's going to be Cute Low Key now going through the bridge. As he... this is DOS right now going against Pozo. There we go. He bumps to him, and then he knocks him down. Pozo now needs help. Ooh, baby Harry uses the Murado. Kind of like a submarine type of Murado there. But then again, this is DOS right now from APG Esports. Again, this is all because of the bad circle that we have now on stage number 3. And I've seen this circle in the previous season. I've seen this one being won by Myth Clan, which is currently in the circle right now. Now Oscar will try to battle it out, but Red Bull will go down. And this is TQ, Yangon Galacticos, and Austria Esports battling it at this bridge. Romeo Boy now throws in Molly. Now cooks up a nade. Now Fern will get closer to him. They will gonna go sandwich him now. The DBS versus S12K. S12K wins it. Oh my goodness! But he goes down. I think it's all because of the blue zone.
Oh man, Yango Galacticos playing a very dangerous game that match. There's so many fights happening. Say Cloud can be saved. Actually, he can. Sorry, he just gets knocked. So, that was what, a 3-way fight on the western bridge? GE playing in the middle of that particular, the eastern bridge. You can see a gatekeep happening from the southern side from Myth. APG. Rix in a ghillie suit. APG this time prioritizing less on the firepower and more toward the positioning. Gotta have to take this fight. They want to cross that bridge, cross the waters. Nade's lobbed. Rix gets tagged. So does his teammate. And despite TTQ only having 2 members left alive, they're putting a lot of pressure onto APG. They aren't able to go anywhere without getting tagged. Does go through. Suspects one being here. The sprays to come out, and he plays it very well, but can't do more than that. Juggy does find him in the end. Well, he does get one. He can't do more than that. Down to Gus. The nades to come through. Gives away his position. Nade does find one. Tags Rix. Can do more! The nade beautifully lands onto him. APG comes up on top, but at the cost of one of their members.
And that was DOS who actually pushed without any backup there. I mean, it was like a second or two late for Rix to get inside the building as well. Now you can see there, Pacquiao goes down. That's going to be Zai from Genesis Esports, and they've been bridge camping for way too long since I think... Ooh, look at that! He's on a bike, then Wako spots him, and Wako will be able to take a little bit of those meds and utilities that he will replenish. Ooh, but he got heard by Myth Clan. There you go, that's easy.
Pick. Myth Clan! A masterclass of positioning and game awareness. Just waiting for the right time. This allows a reset on top of that. Might be onto something here with that Myth pick. I might have to eat my words.
And they actually picked the right timing as well to drop at the military base, because the circle is at military base.
What is this prediction, honestly? How on earth are they able to do that?
Yeah, you are right with that. Oh, look at this. Trying to parkour at the bridge. Baby Harry, though, in trouble. You're still spotted by Gooey. Ooh, headshot. And Gooey with that Mini 14 on point. Able to get that elimination onto Baby Harry. Now, Austria Esports does have control of the southwestern side part of the circle. Then again, there are just only two players left for them, though. It's Astro X and him. And you can see WPC now spots Astro X. Ooh, nice spray! Takes down Astro X, and we'll probably confirm that kill. But then again, he has to be careful, because there's another player of Austria Esports who's still up and lurking around the area. Now, ooh, all set, but oh, WTZ, very smart, using the buggy as a weapon to get that confirmation. Nice play coming from WTZ.
Yeah, Gedwick wasn't able to save him too. What a heartbreak. But just too far away in the middle of those rotations. These two teams, Austria as well as Yangon Galacticos, have been picked off one by one. But YG, their aggression, despite this change in pace, a little bit more, not only aggressive, but also kind of prioritizing these early fights. They have already 11 in the bag, despite not having their full squad on top. But for Koopa, it's all about playing some fishing here. Just catching these fish, swimming in the waters. Pops up for air. But Insight will be taken down. They have kind of an idea where Juggy is. Just waiting for the right time. And Juggy is just terrified for his life right now, because every time he just puts his head out of water, immediately they get tagged. And MM says, I'm done waiting. Let me just find you where he is. Give me a second, boys.
Well, Juggy, he might die. He might just die here because of loss of breath, because he's sandwiched right now between Exquisite Esports and Genesis Esports. So doesn't have a lot of space or room right now. There we go. He got spotted by UI. UI just waiting for him to get up on that water. There we go. APG Esports is gone. And low-key, Exquisite Esports has really good position now. All because of the shift of the circle right to their spot here. They just need to be careful, though, because there's one player coming from behind. This is Ranzer now. I think he's cooking up a nade towards Exquisite Esports. There we go. Explosion coming from Ranzer. Now the push is real. Trooper Pickles actually using the cover really well here now with just 1 HP left. You can try to push now, Ranzer. There you go. That's the finish. Fearless Esports is out of this game as well, and with no eliminations.
Exquisite. That's 2 games in a row. They've been coming in strong. They take their time with their rotations. They take these fights. Played very patiently. On top of that, GE still on the bridge. They have full control of it, in fact. Look at their separation of how they've been playing. They're just becoming the bridge trolls here, waiting for the toll. The payment is their lives. Or rather, a one-way ticket out of this lobby if they want to cross. But it's already this late into the game. Might not be anyone waiting quite yet. But this does give them a high advantage at the very least. This whole eastern side has so many players. 3 teams in total, in fact. And it's hard for GE to rotate inside, given the positioning of Myth on this terrain. If they were to just cross, they would get completely lambasted with bullets as well as nades. So they're gonna have to play this patiently, take their time. They've already abandoned the bridge. Top, the tip of the spear. Sorry, excuse me, smile. Tip of the spear for the team. Waiting to find that moment. Information. Any pickups? Nothing quite yet. Super Pickles looks to be playing not only alone, but all the way in the open? Good call. At the very least, as Super Pickles does give a little bit more value to his teammate for being inside the circle itself. I'm guessing GE is looking to just collapse into it. There he goes. The first initiation, the nades onto Myth. None clipping quite yet. Gives his positioning away, but no collapse from the other members yet. They take their time. Nades thrown out from back answered. Marnet finds Joseph. Now it goes for 2. Joseph lobbied. And here comes the full force of GE. Rushing up forward. They don't have the high ground advantage. They have to play this very safely. No push out quite yet. Osja out. Unlucky. But still, gives them enough time to get all the way up to 5th place. It's a battlefield out here.
Ooh.
Just death from above. The bombs come through as well. And one member from GE knocked down. iTurks still showing us what he can bring to the table. iTurks shows one more. Zai pops a hit. His head moves away one more time. No isolates yet. Shroud eats the full force of that need. And he goes down. Zai in trouble. Down and out. DZ rushes up. Now for GE. Despite having a full force waiting for them, they weren't able to win out the fight. The disadvantage is too much for the high ground. Now, one person left, and it's gonna be Barnett. He can get a pick. Perhaps 2. But there's so much he can do. Close by is Koopa as well. Third party is imminent. He has to wait in silence for the golden opportunity to play aggressive. And this situation, nothing happening yet. As WTZ proning on the ground. He's all alone. He wants to see if he can go up to the top 3, perhaps top 2. Kingmaker, some extra points. GE gets caught out. Koopa waits patiently. And WTZ finds another opportunity. Shroud gets taken out as well. And all that advantage from Myth, all whittled down. Exquisite has just been waiting for this right time. They have full control of the circle too. The high ground in their hands. The sprays from MM, a bit much toward iTurks. And MM, he doesn't overheat, he waits. Super Pickles with the opening. Nothing found. They have an idea where he is, where these 2 members are. But in this situation, we've seen these one players turn good situations to bad in just a moment. The wait. Breaths. Baited. And he does find one WTZ! He makes it work! He wants to make that extra value come into hand. 11 eliminations in the bag of YG. 12 in fact this time. And he's still making and putting the pressure. WTZ out there in the open. He hasn't gone down. He's still alive. Has to go for that reset. The Molly to flush him out. Don't know if I can do any more than that. A 3rd place finish with 12 is a statement in itself. And WTZ is going to be happy with the outcome. That's MM, the final man left standing. Can do more. iTurks down. MM ends the game. And Exquisite gets a winner chicken dinner.
Wow, Exquisite Esports turning the tables around. Able to get that winner chicken dinner. It's just that it's so hard for Genesis Esports to push Myth Clan. And it's all because of Exquisite Esports. They were right on the backside of Genesis Esports. Genesis Esports really had no choice, especially Marnet. On his position, if he tried to push in, he will be seen by Exquisite Esports. And that's why Marnet wasn't able to help out with the engagement that they had with Myth Clan. And then Myth Clan They were damaged by the push of Genesis Esports. Exquisite Esports now eventually try to pick up all of those pieces, and with them, like all four members remaining, they were able to capitalize with their numbers, able to get that chicken dinner right at the end.
Yeah, it was a very big heartbreak for a lot of the teams, but Yango Galacticos, this is the first time that I've seen them play this type of game. That's not first time, excuse me, but one of the rare times they decided to go for aggression over playing their positioning game. And I do understand it's because of how the game, the circle has gone. And I think that I'm really liking how remember how I said that Yango Galacticos is kind of similar to GE, mechanically skilled, very clean on how exactly they want to approach. It's all about objectives for them compared to those elimination points. But this change in pace coming into this game shows us that week number 2 brings us a whole new page in what they're able to bring to the table. And it also comes to that moment where WTZ is able to show us a masterclass on how to play the survival game and also the aggression as well. Yes, he wasn't able to survive as long as he wanted to, but those extra 2 points on top of displacement points already says a lot in itself.
And again, it's all because of the circle right now for this match. A lot of teams that I was thinking that they had the advantage, all of a sudden turn things around, all because of the circle. And with Exquisite Esports focusing on rotating all the way to the northern side of the zone, using that boat, they were able to stay quiet right around stage number 4 or 5. Then eventually, after all of the battles that happened, they were like the only squad that is complete. And now with the MVP, it's WTZ coming from Yangon Galacticos with 5 eliminations, 5 total knockouts, 1 total assist with 995 damage, 763 heals with survival time of 2241. And Yangon Galacticos WTC, remember him from that game. He was the only member standing for Yangon Galacticos, and he was still doing it even though he's all alone.
He's not just doing it, he's making the impact, bringing in pressure as well. A one-man person putting in that much impact and pressure into a whole team is another level in itself. I think a lot of people would have eyes onto Loki, but Yangon Galacticos show us that every single member of their team is worth looking out for. And I think for this particular match, Exquisite, again, as I mentioned before, still riding on that high momentum they had from last week. The eliminations they got were mostly toward the last circle, and I think they really enjoy these tougher rotations as well. They thrive in these situations, and they're good at the third party. So I think they've really found their groove in this particular match.
Yeah, and you can see them, 9 eliminations, so that gives them a total of 19 points all in total on getting this winner chicken dinner. And you usually see them, like in the previous week, usually see them just like waiting until the very end, like right around stage number 7 or maybe even stage number 6. But this time around, they were able to like get those kills right around stage number 4 or maybe even stage number 3. And again, it's all because of that circle we're in. You see a lot of these other squads who was just trying to get inside the circle through the waters up around the northern side of Sosnovka military base. So it's just pretty hard for the others. One other player that I remember was Wako, who tried to go over to the Novo area. Eventually got killed in the process. But then again, here are the overall stats for match number 3. 57 total eliminations with 49 knockouts, 85-25 heals, 8 total revives, with 166 throws used, 316 kilometers of drive distance, 3.2 meters of longest distance elimination, 15 total headshots, with 22:56 survival time, and 1 airdrop looted.
Yeah. I think this is a very, very interesting one in particular. I mean, we've seen SMB circles, but not yet a circle that's going in between 2 of the areas. In fact, even my prediction was wrong, as it did eventually pull down toward the southern side. These hard shift circles had made it very difficult. It had forced so many of these fights. I think in a lot of situations, they also come these teams who don't necessarily want to take these fights, are forced to. I think we saw Fearless. They had been, dwindled down in the middle of those rotations as well. So we haven't really seen that moment where our usual teams really shine. But Yangon Galacticos has been doing well today, but Exquisite is a team that's been, I think they've been doing well these last two matches. 19 for them and 17 for Yangon Galacticos. That 12 eliminations really shot them upwards despite not being able to, to have the whole squad survive till the end. WTZ has been able just really just land them these placement points as well. ESTE, the only team that's not running any points this game, RSG and FVE, only 1 point each, is a little bit heartbreaking to say the least. But again, it is a hard circle. It's just so unlucky in terms of how it's going to be played. But a step up from all these teams is a good thing for us to show a little bit more competitiveness in the match itself. Now, I'm really curious to see if there's going to be a shift in points yet coming into this week. Not really a shift, but let's see who's going to come up on top. Galacticos and Exquisite just trailing only 4 points behind. What a change this week.
Wow. You're right with that. Big change when it comes to whoever is on top right now. Normally, you see Harame Bro, not Exquisite, but Austria Esports, together with Genesis Esports right on top. But then you see now it's YG, Exquisite Esports, SysEKE on the top three. Again, totally different outcome here after 3 matches of day number 1 here and week number 2 of the PMCL Summer. Austria is still right there with no chicken dinners at all with 27 points. GE also right at there. They were really lucky with that circle earlier on. They dropped at Novo, and then they got that circle with the hardship right over to the right side part of bridge of that Sosnovka Island. It's just so unlucky for most of the Filipino squads, to be honest with you. When it comes to that type of circle, I find it like these Filipino squads having a really hard time on getting to the inside of the zone. This is the first time I've seen that Exquisite Esports, one of the Filipino squads that was able to get into that type of circle.
Yeah, I think it was definitely a more interesting circle. It was very fun to watch as well. I was expecting more bridge fights, but I think we saw only 2 or 3 teams did that. I think even GE was expecting more teams to kind of rotate that way, but a lot of teams were actually choosing the most of the bridge fights were happening toward the western bridge, in fact. So that was something that that wasn't really calculated, that didn't work according to plan for GE at the very least. A lot of teams that were coming in from the Eastern Circle were just dwindled out in terms of utility, in terms of HP, in terms of teammates as well, as the Blue Zone really chunked at them. Regardless, that will be the end for the second airing of the night. We still have one more. And this is also our 4th game of the day. So if you guys are here to support your teams, please do tag them in the chat itself. Lend them their power, or your power rather, to see them come up on top. And this is going to be an exciting one. Now, coming into this next one, before we do that, let's talk a little bit more about our promotions happening here. We have the Royale Pass A7 that's happening right now, happening from now all the way to July 15th. You have some time, at least over a month, to just really figure out if you want it, to figure out if you are going to be grinding this. And I think that in this one in particular, there is that Nightscape Gladiator, Levitron, as well as Strider, for you guys who love playing the other matches outside of ranked. And there's also the Phonotempo MK47 gun, which I thought is a really cool one as well. It kind of reminds you of a moth, which is kind of awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of awesome. You also do have the upgradable weapon, PP19 Bison Nightscape Gladiator set, together with the Victory Dance that you can flex online. There's also like the underrated guns that I do love, the G36C Precision Carver, together with the Phonotempo MK47 weapon. And we talked about the backpack as well, the Pulse Box. It's kind of like what we use for our fur babies, right, Tosh? So you can put in your probably your companion. I mean, we do have companions in PUBGM, right? So you can use that kind of like your carrier backpack for your companion. But anyways, this is the RPA7. Grab yours right now. It is still available. I do know Queen Toyo from the PH broadcast. She just mentioned in our PH group chat that she has it already at level 100.
Oh my gosh. A true diehard fan. Love that. Now, coming into this one, we also have this PUBGM X Shelby Supercars collaboration as well. So that's kind of cool. I mean, we talked about the black and the red, right? Which one you prefer, which one I prefer. But I think this week I kind of went black instead.
Maybe change things up a bit. Maybe your mood that has to come into factor.
I've decided to be mysterious. The Batmobile. Right. Look at it. You cannot tell me that isn't the Batmobile.
From Tash Bunny to Tashbot?
Tashbot just sounds weird. We don't talk about that. Yeah, you get it now. Please do. Let's talk a little bit more about like what you can expect. I mean, we talked about predictions, so we're waiting for that. But I don't know. I think it's as much as I want to say that the top dogs are not doing well. That's not really the case. The circles have been a bit difficult. But what do you think?
Well, I'm kind of sad with what happened to ASTE in match number 3.
You know what? I am really sad. They
weren't able
to
do like something, right? Like rotation wise, they weren't able to do a lot. They just got obliterated by another squad out there. But I'm pretty sure that they're doing this, like they're doing this kind of like what they did in week number 1. We're in there like testing the waters, testing whatever circle would be the pattern for each map, or maybe the rotations as well that the other teams had adjusted coming from week number 1, and maybe coming in day number 2 onwards, then maybe they can try to adjust things up, and that's why I'm picking them now as my prediction. I'm looking towards AST to bounce back. From that match number 3.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't really see ASTE really fully bounce until toward the end of the week, so possibly it's a little bit hard for me to say anything. I'm still riding off that pattern from last week where GE does strong in the early days of the week. So Genesis is my pick. I'm surprised that they still haven't found their groove yet, especially after a dismal end to last week. So I thought, okay, this might be a good reset a week for them. They might be a little bit more in terms of aggression. Maybe they can take advantage that everyone is still trying to figure things out. Haven't seen it yet, but that was what, the second Erangel of the day. The second Erangel of the day. So maybe the third might be the charm for them. So sorry, the fourth, the fourth map of the day would be the charm for them that they want. And of course they have that time to really figure out on that first two Erangels what they want to do, what they lacked. Perhaps this might be what they need in order to find that groove. Right. I think I like the fact that Queen Toyo is going for Yango Galacticos. That's a good one. They're doing insanely well today. They've actually changed up their pacing. They've changed up their tempo. It's very different than last week, which is more toward like, let's find the highest positioning. Let's find the high ground. They're actually adding something into the way they play, which is these aggressive takes. See a team in front of us, in between, on the way to our objective, fight them. See someone try to rush us, take these fights. Let's not go for let's not be too passive like before, but instead let's try and incorporate more of this elimination style play rather than just going for those chicken dinners. Because yes, last week this is the team that had the most chicken dinners, but they didn't have the most in terms of elimination, which caused them to suffer in terms of their placement.
Right. There were times from last week where Yangon Galacticos were eliminated early. That's why they weren't able to add more onto their elimination points, and that's what basically they're gonna probably avoid this time around on week number 2. I kind of understand why also Riem Angkor picked SysTKE. For the past couple of games, they had this early engagements. They were able to build up that momentum in the early stages of the map, and then eventually try to win it all right at the end. It's just that on the second Erangel map, which is in map number 3, they weren't able to do that, all because of that circle wherein it shifted away towards to the right side part of bridge, wherein Genesis Esports had total control of it, all because they dropped in Novo. And then eventually Myth Clan, who was right on the bottom side part of the circle, together with Austria Esports, was able to get into position, and that's why all the other squads just had really no choice just to fight in the blue zone. There were I think 2 or 3 teams who fought in the blue zone altogether. So
Mm-hmm.
that's just the reason why we didn't really see some of the other teams who actually wanted to survive in match number 3. But I guess in match number 4, it will not be the same thing because we seldom see now the circle go to that bottom side part of Erangel.
Yeah. I mean, I think as well. I mean, when you come back to Risk Guys was a team that unfortunately didn't make it just now as well. So there is an idea what Bling wanted to bring to the table for this one. I am interested in this Ostia pick because Ostia, I think they haven't been able to go as aggressively as they would as well. I think the previous map they were definitely going for survivability. They didn't have a lot of picks as well because of those early fights that happened. It was those situations that was honestly out of their hands. It's mostly because of the rotations itself. So again, perhaps this map might be key for them to figure out what exactly their executes are going to look out for. Regardless, as we go down to our last 10 seconds, let us know in the comments which team do you want to see get a chicken dinner before we head into our 4th Erangel of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, keep our eyes on the screen. Do not go anywhere. Erangel, we are here.
As we fly in now, ooh, this is like the opposite side now. If you remember from the other Erangel map that we had, so this is the opposite side now, wherein it's coming from Mill to Power down straight towards the northern side of Primorx. Again, it benefits really 214 Sin again. But again, the circle will be the factor here. Where will the circle go? Like we've seen the circle going to the opposite side of the flight path in the first map. And then on the second map, it went downwards to where Myth, Ostia, and Genesis Esports were at. And I'm kind of liking how Genesis Esports now is just staying to their usual spot here in Novo. Wherein they're kind of like more effective.
Wait, what's happening there?
Ooh.
This is a very early fight. Got 7.
It is actually Ostia.
Oh,
No, it's not Ostia, but
the
ABG.
hashtag against Slasher. Oh wait, I think he got a weapon. Oh, he's ready. Doss is so low. He needs to go for his heals. He doesn't get it. He's gonna get the pick. Doss, what on earth are you doing? Early fights and he comes up on top, gets 2. Doss. High risk, high reward, but holy.
Wow. And he's just using that S1897 shotgun. That's the pump action shotgun weapon, which is actually more effective now compared to the other shotguns that we normally see. We see a lot of these weapons being used now due to the fact that we had the DBS and then all of a sudden we added the S12K to the meta. I think this is the 3rd shotgun to pick, in my opinion, if you're gonna picking your guns.
And getting it this early and forcing that CQC coming up on top, that's huge. 2-for-1 trade, both teams suffer. Coming back here to the circle, it's gonna be to the right side. GE actually had dropped down in Novorep Noye this time, so Ostia is still in their same area. PPE, the entirety of the western side of the coastal area is in their hands, so it's a big area, and they have actually played quite separated there. A lot of courage, a lot of confidence to be doing that this early.
Right now, with this type of circle, there will be a lot of rotations that's going to happen especially for PBE. Again, going from the opposite side onto the eastern side. It's kind of like when they drop at Stalber and Kameshki. Wherever they drop, the circle would generate on their opposite side. So again, for PBE, I'm not sure if they're gonna survive again here right until the end. But I just hope that they will, because Ryman and Monboy are players that are literally players to look forward to when it comes to that end game. And look at Master Toki, just on his bike. I mean, if you
Zen,
have no vehicles, this is the only way to go, right?
chill, good for the environment.
And good for the health. This is exercise
Good
as
for
well.
the coming into this one. I think that was only one highlight moment from Davan that I enjoyed with the bicycle. Gets a pick and then rides the bike away. There's nothing more cool than that. There's nothing else I can say. Let's be real here.
I thought he's gonna just ride the
Yeah,
bicycle
they're
all
just
the
saying,
way.
can you stop this? Can you get in the car? Stop this right now. We've got a fight to do.
Well, here's GE. This is their original dropping point, and I think with this type of dropping point that they have, I think they can come out strong compared to their the other dropping point, which is in Rozak. And they will have like all of the loots, all the meds, all the utilities that they can have, so that they can be all packed up right around endgame. Myth Clan now going to their usual spot at Lipovka. And again, their prediction earlier was really on point, and now changing it up to Lipovka with the circle with them. I'm not sure what Myth is drinking right now.
There is a saying in the Malaysian broadcast that they bought their circle. Basically, why did you buy your
Oh,
circle? You bought it on
yeah, it's kind of like what we say in the PH broadcast.
Oh, real? Okay, so it's a thing
It's a
that
thing.
it's a thing, yeah. Okay, so yeah, they've been buying their circles a lot here, and aggression coming through from TTQ, but for Flash Vision, they're just gonna go straight for that. They're not gonna fight this. They're just gonna try and prioritize their positioning first. It's a little bit too early for these fights, and honestly, they're not looking to take these fights is a good thing, because for Flash Vision, they haven't. It's rare that we see Flash Vision actually initiate these fights. In a lot of these situations, it seems that they're getting caught off guard. Harley is so far behind compared to her teammates, so no worries though. I think she's gonna be able to cross over no problem. Fit in this area. Now let's talk a little bit more about Flash Vision. They ended the week last week, in fact, on I believe the final ladder. But despite that, they had a lot more highlight moments than other teams that we have seen. Did you realize that?
Right. Especially when Harley's there.
Yeah, definitely.
And you see the lineup change now for Flash Vision Esports. They now use more of Harley compared to the other guys. So they're probably using maybe whatever they saw from week number 1, or maybe the stats that they had.
Yeah.
They even actually went over APG when it comes to rankings. To be more specific, a top 18.
Oh yeah, it's top 18. You're right. Yep.
Where we usually see Flash Vision Esports
at the very bottom.
On the bottom side. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's kind of surprising God7 is actually there.
Yeah, I mean, like what I'm saying is that for Flash Vision, they start off the week, most of the week, in fact, at the bottom. And then they managed to do this last-minute save coming up on top. I think Harley only played 1 week of the day last week, and she brought insane firepower and value to team fights. In fact, she loves this 1v2. She's done it before, and I believe she's the only girl playing this league. So that's also something to be celebrated, because we would love to see more girls in this scene. Now, coming into that as well for Flash Vision, they are also one of the teams that still managed a top 4, top 3 finish. And the thing is, while they did manage to do that, we saw them fix a lot in Erangel last week, but they still weren't able to get the chicken dinners, right? But they were definitely a team that didn't have a lot of eliminations either. It's more of like the priority has been to playing very, very safe, priority to their placements, their positioning, whereas in the beginning of the week, they wanted to take fights and they weren't able to win it. So I love that change, but again, while that is good, their points are still suffering. And in your opinion, what do you think is lacking for this team?
Like what I mentioned earlier, I mean, the consistency of Flash Vision Esports is what they're lacking. I know that they can be sometimes very aggressive. I mean, they can turn it on. You said earlier that Flash Vision Esports are always the one being pushed. All right. The only thing about them is how they defend, how they actually, fend off all of these crashes coming from the other squads. If they can defend themselves, if they can survive with like at least 3 players remaining, even after that, then maybe we could see something different coming from Flash Russian Esports. And speaking of girl player, I remember way back PMCO, we had one in the Philippines. It was Ice Crew Driver, if you remember that team.
Sorry, I'm not familiar.
The name was Ice, and she was actually the one who won it all for the squad. And I just
Wow.
hope to see Harley do that.
That'll be exciting as we hold that thought. Harry's knocked down. Sistike. Aggression. Doesn't stop for yeah, boy shot knocked. Fearless, they need this win. They need this fight. But that doesn't seem they're coming off the top. Now Dev was in the hurt. And so will Heartless. Got reposition. Was for the pickup. His vehicle potentially had given him a little more space. His only have to worry about is Ranzer and Niju. They're so separated. They put in the damage. The nade comes through. Primed and takes him down. Ranzer stuck on the top side. The 3rd floor, in fact. It'll be hard. He's not moving at all. He is prepped for it. The shields are up. The heals as well. He's terrified. It's a 1v1 fight between him and Davan at the very least. The shots coming from so many different areas. Davan is just not leaving any corner unchecked. Does not want to be taken down. Doesn't make sure he gets stayed alive. His teammates are coming. Davan gets knocked. Ranzer puts in the hurt. A nade! Beautifully bounced. And finally, Fearless goes down. And it's heartbreaking for them. They haven't found an answer. But for Sistike, this is just another fuel to their advantage, to their momentum. It's been working out so well for them today, the way they're playing, compared to last week.
And look at what TTQ did together with Playbook Esports. They tried a third party. That engagement between Sistike and the squad that they eliminated, which is Fearless Esports, and they weren't able to actually do so, all because of one player from PBE got taken down, and then TTQ was just lurking around the areas. I mean, not really having like that one target as of right now. But then again, going back to what happened with Sistike, Davan really doing a great job with just baiting that final player from Fearless Esports out of that building. He just waited for Heartless and the rest to come right at him so that it'll be a 3v1 situation. Now, look at this circle. It really is good for PBE. You remember, they came from all the way from the western side. Now, they're right straight at the middle of the zone. And then you could also see YG now able to get a good hold of this very compound. But this compound, I really don't like this compound, Tosh. This compound is really easily can be pushed by a team who is actually right at that hillside where PBE is at. Ooh. Then again, Master Toki goes down. And this is TTQ now very aggressive in this game.
Yeah, they're waiting. Thankfully, Master Toki was able to go near his teammate, so at least there shouldn't be too much of a problem for the pickup. No, actually, it's soon. Bit now in trouble out there in the open, caught out. The train. There's no favors for him. Harley is at least close by. So you start to see this collapse come through. Quid will be the first one up. Close enough to just really deter them from coming in, but also to make sure that no other teams are around. Smokes at the very least. To allow them a little bit of a room to perhaps reposition, play from the outside, or get close enough to their vehicles. Or at least replenish at the very least. But you can see the drive come out as well. You can hear the roaring sounds of the guns. It's kind of terrifying when you don't really have a lot of information to play with. And Exquisite, I'm really liking the fact that they don't have to put in that much pressure. They're understanding that positioning is key, is better. They're also perhaps very aware of the other fights coming through here, and they want to go for the third party. Wacko putting in a lot of pressure onto the other teams, the other members. Hip damage, but nothing more than that. No slows quite yet. No deaths. Migs jumps out. Whoa! Dangerous game, dangerous play. Gets knocked down himself. And everyone just rushes through. UA Prime waiting on one end. Harley does at least find Gale. Harley finds Migs as well from the other end. Flash Vision, time is good. But 214 Sin also says that they can put in a damage. They can put in a hurt. They put in a lot of value here. Exquisite looks strong. But the blue zone chunks them down. A long-range pickup from RSG as well. 214 Sin wasn't able to get the circle and gets punished for it.
And RSG with that third party able to get a little bit of the players here coming from Exquisite and 214 Sin. Exquisite is already gone in the game now. And then GE, just right from the blue zone, not able to actually get set for the next circle, now being gate kept by RSG. You don't usually see this from the previous season. And we talked about this with Fort Row, the coach of PBE, that this season, all of the other teams are not afraid anymore of GE.
And the circle will go toward the left side. So everyone who thought they had advantage, at least toward the eastern side, are gonna have to fight for their lives to get in. But PBE in the middle of the circle, as you mentioned, it looks so good. They look so strong. GE, up on the other side. The pressure is on, and RSG adds more to that. Blue zone just pushing through toward them. It's gonna be hard. Zai taken out. Now here's the nade. A spray to come through, and GE. Uncharacteristic to see them out so early. This is a change and the start of something new, perhaps. Flash Vision, despite only having 2 members. Look at Harley. 4 in the bag. This is the firepower we were talking about that she brings to the team. And despite not having as many teammates as I'd like, the fact of the matter is having those points just keep them consistently going up the ladder is impressive. Edward playing it safe. Fit can't do more than that. Harley in trouble. She tried to reply back, give some space for her team. She wasn't able to. Edward and his teammates gotta go for the rendezvous once again. Playing a little bit more safe, a little bit more slow. And everyone decided, okay, we're taking too long. Taking these fights here. We have to find a place in the circle itself.
And look at Harley right now in the mini-map. She's just trying to find an entry point. Unfortunately, I think, yeah, with just 1 HP left, there you go. That's Harley for Flash Vision Esports. Nice effort coming from her. Now, PQ is using the circle right now as a weapon just to gatekeep all the other guys that are not yet inside the zone. TQ, though, on the backside, will be knocked down by Austria Esports. But then again, there's going to be a trade here coming from TTQ. So this is a 3-way battle right now happening at the south side of the circle. Now Zero will put up some smokes for his teammate. But here comes Austria. Austria's just lurking around. Now we switch over to Myth Clan versus ASTE. Kai in the smoke. Ooh, he wasn't able to get knocked down even though Shroud ran over him. Now Shroud down to just red HP left here. He has no choice now but just get out of his vehicle. Turks will be taken down. Shroud right now in trouble, but he's actually all good because he's inside the zone. All these other players or other teammates are still left right outside the circle.
Oh, the
but
high
Kai,
ground.
unfortunately, will get spotted and ASTE is out.
Another early exit for ASTE as well. Again, another one of these tough circles. Adapting can be difficult. Myth, great start to the week for them. But Austria as well, taking this fight against TQ, and we already see another one. TQ is still waiting. They find this shack. They wait for him, they take him out. Edward alone has to get the info. Zuki for the last far end. Gives a lot of support to his teammates at the very least. Zuki! What are those players? That just gives so much impact for the team. Long range, short range. 1 versus X surviving the last round. This man can do it all. Regardless, smokes to come through, gives him a little bit of breathing space, and Austria straight up just rushes into the area. Gewi, we've seen him do miracles as well. Type of player to play alone, very solo style. The first one to be accepting that first contact from so many fights, so many teams. A distraction, in fact, Sometimes he doesn't even need his teammates to rotate toward him, and he's able to just make work happen on his own. There we go. That's one already, Gewi. A lot of pressure onto him. PTTQ, they realize that they can't take this fight. Choosing to abandon their final teammate. Just rushes through. I think Gewi is still marking him. He does still have an idea that everyone has not moved away quite yet. Skynin, still on the top side of this terrain. They have full control of this area as well. If this circle was to pull toward the southern side, it could be very beneficial for Austria. But
Yeah, you're right.
if it doesn't, then getting off this high terrain, it's gonna be another fight in itself.
And you're right with that. Look at them right at the potato hill. And Gilly right now just scouting all of the remaining players coming from TTQ. Romeo Boy gets iTurks down though, off from the kill feed. Devon doing the same thing, just scouting around with his buggy. Just going around and around just to check if there's anyone nearby. But look at this, right at the northeastern side of the map. This is Shroud right now, right in the blue. He will go for the healing game, but again, he only has like 2 first aids left, so he has really no choice here but to just run out in the open. Good thing there's a compound who will give him a little bit of that cover. YG, though, has to be careful also because PBE is just waiting up on top.
The wait is going to be very important. Erangel Galacticos, a bit of a more quiet game, but understandably so. They have Myth marked, and on top of that, nice high ground in their favor. Loki says, nah, who needs to wait when I can just play as aggressively? Oh! And ran over by Davan! Good punish. And the other members of his TKE go for the collab. Smith already down and out, and his TKE just completely surround Erangel Galacticos like sharks in infested waters. Can't do more than that. Unsure if Loki was the reason that they collapsed onto them, but it might be. There is still another member, say Cloud, that's still up left. Not fully stocked quite yet, but he can and have done miracle plays. Circle, not favoring Austria, and TTQ just rushes toward them. He's fighting for their teammates. Gerald spots out his TKE. A lot of pressure onto those members. One knocked already. Quid rushing up. Has to play the hurt. Has to play these games. They're on the lower ground. It's gonna be so hard. Austria disallowing any movements, but they're so patient. The nades come out. They pop on the head, and there's nowhere to go. Quid is in trouble. And the other members of Austria rush up forward. Deny the space. Deny the area. No breathing room. The long range shots come out. And Davan! Excuse me, Davan, Heartless is the one to be quick to see that.
And System KE is on a different level right now. Look at them. 8 eliminations already in the bag. But then again, they have to focus now on the next objective, which is to be inside the zone. They're still right outside on the eastern side of that circle. And they're being gatekept by Austria Esports, which is Red Bull, who is just still waiting at the edge of the blue zone, just trying to hug this blue zone while trying to pressure all the players of SysTKE. And then you see their PBE as Heartless will go down now. Astro X also doing some damage. And then you see here APG really quiet until now that they spotted Say Cloud. Say Cloud will have to reposition now, knowing that there's like 2 teams who's gonna most likely sandwich him. But then again, you can see also PBE setting up smokes just to give them some cover. They do have the compound as well on the, and also on top of that, the hillside that they need. Say Cloud just doing some little bit of that scout right now. Just a matter of when will he get spotted.
PvE. This might just be finally a game that might work out in their favor. I don't want to say anything too much yet. I tend to bring jinxes to teams that I enjoy, and I'm starting to feel that happening toward ASTE. So keeping my mouth shut. Assist TKE, Davan's still very much alive. He's able to do that for quite some time, and he is the kind of player who still is able to frag out despite odds being heavily stacked against him. PBE, they have a compound in hand, a little bit of a high ground to work with as well. But Say Cloud playing a very dangerous game straight toward the jaws of PBE. Spots at 1. Gerald is also here. And look at how quickly they react to Say Cloud. But it's gonna be APG that manages to get a pick off on him. And now we're down to our final 4.
Now going to stage number 7 in 15 seconds. Who will be the lucky ones who will get this circle? Will it be APG? Will it be PBE? Will it be Ostja? Ooh, Michi spots Gui. Takes him down. But then again, with this position that Ostja has, they will have some time to go for their revives. But look now, the circle has updated. It went to where APG is at, and at the same time, right at the edge is where PBE is. So this will give Ostja a really hard time on rotating in. The circle is kind of like an open area right now. So there's like no more space left, I think, where Ostja can hang around. Maybe they can use their vehicles as cover, or at the same time maybe use the airdrop to be one of their covers. So let's see, what will Ostja do here now?
Still seeing Gewi, as well as his teammate here. They are gonna... It looks like they might want to go for this challenge. They have a 2-2 formation coming on. 2 in the backside in the higher ground and 2 in the front lines. And this is a lot of, I would say, support or trust needed from his teammates, and PBE well aware of what they might be expecting Ostja Esports is able to do. I'm surprised that they decided to go toward PBE instead of going toward the middle side, but understandably so. They do want to fight for this terrain, they do want to fight for this compound. A bit better in terms of positioning. But APG is playing it very safe, a lot more quiet as well. And I'm liking this change of pace because they're realizing that these early fights have not been beneficial to them. They're realizing that they haven't been on the same page when it comes to these fights. Let's just hang on and see when we can play as a team together to be able to come up on top. And now Ostja, slowly but surely making their way to the mid side. They have a bit of tree line to work with. Evo. Ooh, Red Bull! It's not finally DOS
nice
putting
spray.
in that pressure. He does so good on that. The Wii as well gets brought out. But the bullets do answer back. DOS, the knock does come out. I'm not sure if they're actually gonna go for the pickup yet. Just now we saw what, a 2-2 formation coming in from Ostja. 1 taken out, 1 knocked down. 3 left. Potentially 2 in fact. But the other members of Ostja doesn't want to move at all, so that means we might not be seeing a pickup. There we go.
Well, Ostja Esports doesn't have any more choice anymore.
Oh!
Ooh, that's it. And Monboy spots Astro X, and Sky Nin got killed by DOS. So it's now going to be a 4v3 situation. APG Esports and PBE. APG, though, has the circle, but PBE can get this time now to get inside with all of the smokes that Ostja Esports actually popped off. But look at what APG is doing now. They're trying to control the north, all of the north side of the circle. Though they're kind of like on a disadvantage here because they're on the downslope side of the zone.
Patience is key. Perhaps they could punish PBE for their aggression. But PBE, we've seen them before. Explosive firepower and how exactly they go for these takes. Look at that. We have Raimon playing all alone toward the southern side. Nice cross. And while everyone is just zeroed out on the other members of PBE, he takes full advantage of this area and catches one off guard. He's low. No worries for the pickup quite yet. Juggy feeling the pressure. Moves away. Tosses a nade. Does not clip anyone. And suddenly, the collapse comes through as Juggy primes a nade forward. Raimon moves up. Gerald moves the way backwards. He gets sprayed. Nothing more. Juggy taken out. And insights as well. Another nade comes through. And PBE does what they do best. A quick push forward. Raimon takes the brunt of the damage, but for Monboy to come up forward. Moves backwards. Go for the reset. Buy some time. Information. gathered. It's a 2-on-4, and PBE is making sure that they don't lose out in this situation. Just waiting and throwing inside. A lot of pressure onto inside. The spray is almost oppressive. It's not out yet. Has managed to score a reset. Gerald marching up forward. He eats a chunk of damage and gets knocked down. One boy also gets punished. The needs are a bit much. Inside the rush through. He's all alone. And PBE comes up on top with a winner chicken dinner.
Wow, and remember, them dropping at the western side of the map, able to rotate all the way right straight into the middle of the zone and able to actually get to the lucky side part of the circle, wherein they were able to get a compound, able to gatekeep Austria Esports as well right at the end. Congratulations to Playbook Esports getting their first winner chicken dinner of the day.
That was a very exciting one. A bit more, again, very uncharacteristic on how exactly they wanted to approach this particular map, but understandably so. Showing us a little bit more depth and range in how exactly they wanted to play and take the map. Now, it was a bit more of a quiet one. They didn't really want to give up their compound very soon. They're not sure. They had a big lack of information, excuse me. And this is a good thing for them because they know how to react when they don't have information. It's a lot less reckless, a lot less about that collapse, a lot less about that tunnel vision, and more about getting the information and playing it safe. Even against a 3 versus 4 or a 2 versus 4, you saw them really change up the pace. They didn't go aggressive, they didn't collapse all at once. They understood that a nade could come from at any point. And even then, APG showing us a different kind of beast when it comes to these particular fights. Because it was a 3 versus 4 and they didn't have advantage, but the nades they've been throwing out as well as the damage they put through actually gave them a little bit more of, I would say, breathing room when it comes to the fight. It was just so unlucky that PBE realized that they needed to go in together that really collapsed on them, that caused them to fall. But it did show us what APG can bring to the table in terms of what they lacked and what they learned coming in from last week.
Right. It's just that APG Esports kind of lacked on information in that final moment. Wherein Juggy was throwing a nade right at a tree, wherein Jaro was like all the way to the back. And look at Dos. He's the MVP for this match for APG Esports with 4 eliminations, 4 total knockouts, 964 damage, 285 heals with 2755 survival time. If APG Esports did had probably the utilities or maybe even vehicles that they can probably go right at the western side part of that circle, then maybe APG Esports will have that chance up against Playbook Esports. But Playbook Esports just used all of their vehicles right at the end. If you saw that earlier, Tosh, they, like 3 members of Playbook Esports just used their vehicles to get more information and at the same time to pressure APG Esports right at the end.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit more of a quiet one from APG, but it's definitely needed. If anything, this chicken dinner should give them enough, not chicken dinner, excuse me, that second place end should give them enough, I would say, confidence to play a little bit more aggressive, find that confidence to pull through. Momentum is definitely needed. But speaking of momentum, Playbook Esports wrestle it forcefully back into their grasp. Took them a few maps to figure it out, but hey, here they are. That's the most important part. They figured it out, they got it here, and today has not been the easiest in terms of circles. And I feel like throughout this entire 2 weeks as well, the circles have been almost devastating for these teams, and they still make it up on top.
Right, and I think they're doing the same thing from last week, which is Playbook Esports. It's probably that the other maps that we had, the circle weren't really lucky with them. So they're kind of like had this circle in the bag right around stage number 3, and then eventually right at the end, the circle just went straight at them. I mean, eventually it went away right at the final circle, but they were able to manage because Ryman was able to get that southern side part of the circle, which is the uppermost part of the hill. So they had more information, information gameplay means more chances of winning. Now, look at the overall stats here. 60 eliminations, 57 knockouts, 7453 heals with 15 total revives, 227 throws used, 321 kilometers of drive distance, 385 meters of longest distance elimination, 11 headshots, no airdrops looted, with 2755 survival time. And let's just take a look at hopefully how much of points the other squads actually took away from this match. I mean, we know for a fact that PBE will get 18 total points with their 8 elimination points with that winner chicken dinner. But how well did the others do? And look at this, APG gets 12 together with Ostja and SysTKE. You know what, SysTKE has been consistent all throughout the 4 matches that we had, right?
Yeah, they have been insanely consistent. Maybe we should definitely be looking at SysTKE in terms of how they can be sort of a slow cooker team. They didn't really come up on top toward the final leg of last week. They were very aggressive. They didn't really change up. It's not about like how they decided to play it. It's about those micro adjustments that they needed to do. Macro-wise, it looks great, but the micros have been fixed and looks so good for them. And again, coming into this one, elimination is key. I mean, TTQ, in fact, has been really amping up the way they play. But it's surprising seeing GE and ASTE 214 Sin not doing so great in this first half of the day. Again, this is the introduction day into the new team, the new groups. That means that a lot of teams are not really understanding how exactly these rotations are going to be going. But you can see how competitive it is on the top side of the map. 1, 2, 3, YG, STKE, and Ostja very close together in terms of points. Hell, throw in Exquisite as well. A team that I didn't really pay attention to until the last day of last week. And regardless of that, despite the slow start from ASTE and PBE, they're still on the 6th and 8th ladder for the overall standing. Yes, not the strongest start for them, but still a start that's not entirely dreadful for them coming into the first day of week number 2.
Yeah, you're right with the Exquisite Esports. We didn't really see them right until I think day number 4 or 5 of week number 1, and then with their momentum going into week number 2, I think they're just using the same strategy going into this week, and it's all because also of the other squads who was also trying to adjust to the new groupings. Why we see Exquisite Esports at the top of the food chain right now, together with all the other teams like Yangon Galacticos or even Austria Esports and SysTKE. If Exquisite Esports can figure things out right after this day on day number 2, then maybe we could see them also trying to fight for that championship in the grand finals.
Yeah, grand finals is definitely going to be exciting for these teams. It is also really exciting to see newer, fresher teams come up to that as well. So that will be the end of our Erangel maps today. And we still have 2 more Miramars to come through. Change in pace and change in mindset is definitely needed, so we're going to give the players a bit of a break later. But Miramar, a map that's definitely a lot more tricky. Let's see if momentum for the last game will bring them. Let's see if it's a newer mindset that will bring them forward, because that is what we want to see. And I think in this week, seeing Exquisite come up on top was definitely exciting, at least on day number 1. And I'm really hoping this isn't a day 1 phenomenon, a day 1 on a new week phenomenon as well. Regardless, Tash Money and Kuku TV, we're going for a quick break. After this, more PUBG Mobile's Challenger League Southeast Asia. We'll be right back. Do not go anywhere.
PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic-style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space, with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near-flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the Steel Ark that spawns mechas, there's also the Assembly Base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The Assembly Base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the Assembly Base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a Legendary Pilot Challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knocked down state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the Magnet Gun. It's a downgraded version of the magnetic arm in gun form. Switch to it by tapping on the firearm bar. It has the same abilities as the magnetic arm. It uses magnetic energy to pull and grab vehicles or other players, opening up more possibilities in combat. Try experimenting to see what it can pick up. Lastly is the Respawn Beacon. It will show up in either the Steel Ark or the Assembly Base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the popularity event is back. We added a popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from popularity battles and team popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. For Metro Royale, we've improved a lot of the processes. Furthermore, we've also added new honor rewards and Chapter 20 collectibles. Moreover, you can now bring your companion on your Metro Royale adventures. For more details, keep an eye out for Metro Royale update videos. In the new version, we'll also be hosting a grand home competition. You can register for it as long as you've reached 200 home prosperity. Let your imagination run wild and share your dream home with the world. Additionally, we've added a mysterious, elegant, ancient capital resource pack. Many home items will also become available in a related upcoming event. Aside from these, we've improved and updated home building, browsing, interactions, butler actions, and more. Want to find out more? Keep an eye out for home update videos. With Mecha Fusion's arrival, World of Wonder has also seen plenty of updates. For gameplay devices, the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and other gameplay devices have all undergone a series of updates. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. These devices are sure to get your imagination flowing for some awesome creations. Also, we've launched a pre-made map where you can play all kinds of creations built from a variety of themed scenery objects. Furthermore, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new map a shot. Additionally, we've updated a bunch of other World of Wonder content. For more details, keep an eye out for World of Wonder update videos. That's it for this overview of the new content that will be available in Mecha Fusion. Cool mechas and thrilling combat await you in-game. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech.
And we are back here with the final two matches of the day. Two Miramar maps is what we're going to expect. Again, this is the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer Week number 2, day number 1. Again, my name is Kuku TV together with Tash Bunny. We are your English casters for this time around. And we've seen PBE getting their own winner chicken dinner. The question is, will they get that momentum over onto the much bigger map, which is the biggest map of biggest competitive map rather of PUBGM, which is going to be in Miramar? Or will it be the time for those other teams who are not really having some fun with that Erangel map?
I think it's a really interesting map when you talk about this particular one, Miramar, because last week in the beginning of the week we thought it was MFG's map, it was Myth's map, but then we start to see other teams do well as well. On top of that, I'm talking Austria, I'm talking Yangon Galacticos, who are showing us a lot of depth in what we can expect from the team itself. So it's really hard to pinpoint who does well on which map, who's the king of which map anymore. That's not really that what every single team is adapting and adjusting. I think in a lot of situations it comes down to what this battle royale, or rather PUBG Mobile, shows us is what the team can show us in terms of, yes, fundamentals. I think is very important. A lot of teams are showing that, but adaptation. Are they able to think on the fly decision making? And I think a lot of that, I think the bigger teams, especially like Yangon Galacticos, has shown us that they are very quick on their feet when it comes to these situations. And I think for a lot of time, whenever we do a pick, it's going to be like maybe 1 to 2 teams. That's just household names. But seeing these newer players be able to do that, be able to surprise us, and it's been a while since we had some new blood in the scene as well, that makes it all the more better that it is. Regardless, we are going to be looking at the new RP, the Royal Pass A7, which is now available until July 15th, where you can be getting the Nightscape Gladiator set alongside the Graceful Watcher set. So if you guys are preferring the female characters, you're out of luck, because the Nightscape Gladiator set is only for the male characters, which I think, if you want to change it up, why not? It looks really cool. It looks awesome. It's very futuristic. It's very cyberpunk, in fact. So get it I'll get it now.
Yeah, most definitely. Also includes the Nightscape Gladiator PP Bison. And if you upgrade that, you'll get the exclusive elimination broadcast on the upgradable weapon. Also, you will get the newest Victory Dance, available now in this RPA 7, worth over 80 KUZ is what you're going to get with this one. And it's not just that, you're also going to get an exclusive Shadow Blade finish. If you want to slash someone in game, definitely this Vibrant Glory Shadow Blade can be yours. And if you do want to use the skins in the Mecha theme mode, you can also use the Nightscape Gladiator skins for the Leviathan and the Strider. And not only that, we also have the PUBGM X Shelby Supercars collaboration, available now until July 9th. And you can find it under the featured event Motor Cruise and get a chance to own a Tuatara and Tuatara Striker. And also, vehicle tokens don't expire and can be used in the next corresponding events. I'm still on that red Tuatara skin. I'm still on that red mood, so your mood right now is at the black one, Tosh.
Mm-hmm.
So we're kind of like split up with the car situation here.
Yeah.
And we've seen a lot of car play earlier on, even in the previous week, using it as a weapon to knock people down. This was actually the strategy that Playbook Esports used at the end. They use multiple cars in order for them to get an advantage over APG Esports. And now that we're moving into Miramar, vehicles are very much important, because you can definitely use it, especially if the circle would go out in the open, right?
Mm-hmm. I think, when we talk about vehicles as well, is there a cool bicycle skin yet?
I don't know.
That'd be
We
very
haven't
fun to
seen
watch.
one yet.
Yeah, very fun to watch. Coming back into this one, let's talk a little bit more about what we can expect for Miramar. I think in a lot of last week, the Miramar circles hasn't been too complicated, except for that 1 or 2. I think one was actually all the way to the southern side, right above the island. And I did say that I really wanted a prison circle. We didn't really get that, but I'll take it. It's very close by, so that's always very fun to watch. Let's have a look at the predictions now for us both. And holy, okay, that's a lot of us going in for GE. Okay, I don't know what Sammy and Mr. Kao are thinking about. What about you?
Well, for Genesis Esports, they start good with Miramar, especially with the first Miramar on day number 1. It's kind of like what they did on week number 1. So I think for Miramar, since this is like only 2 games is what we play Miramar on for every single day that we play on every week, I think Genesis Esports will still have the advantage. I think other teams has focused much on the Erangel map because they play like 3 Erangel maps in the day,
Mm-hmm.
and we've seen the effects. We've seen like Sisti KE able to actually get their own chicken dinner and be consistent, get even eliminations every now and then. We also see APG Esports who survived until the very end at match number 4. So I think GE still has their own momentum in this very map of Miramar.
Yeah, I think for GE, I mean, their Sanhok hasn't been working out. Their Erangel hasn't been working out. I really hope that they do have something in mind on how exactly they want to navigate this Miramar map coming in. Because if we look from last week, GE did well in the beginning of the week before everyone started to adjust and understand where the drop spots are. And I really thought that in everyone's chaos, GE would be the order to come through and really crunch everyone down, which is what we saw. But it seems like everyone knew how to break their formation, knew how to play against how they usually play. And I think, again, if you guys were watching in the previous broadcast, I did mention that it felt like GE, while they are a very strong team, very mechanically adept, very clean in their formations, how they play, the strats, it felt like they were very rigid. It felt like they relied too much on a certain execution and strat that it felt like they weren't able to play as, I would say, this fluidly, as dynamically as adjustments were to go. And I really want to see GE really adjust to that. Show us the GE that made everyone so excited to watch in PMSL. I remember I was hosting PMSL last year for the, I believe it was spring. And they were impressive. Sorry, fall. And they were impressive. The fans actually came into Malaysia. There was a whole bunch of them. And they were the loudest of all fans that came to the arena, to the place. And I want to see that GE come online. I want to see why or what exactly makes them tick. And I haven't seen them yet. And I want to see it happen. It's going to be Miramar.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen yet the PMGC form of Genesis Esports. Remember, they played in PMGC. They were able to fight against the top of the food chain here in PUBGM. They were able to play it against all of the best in Brazil, in China, in South Asia. So if GE can bring that back, well, we're going to see the Kings back again on the top of the throne. Well, we've seen them winning it all, like for the past 3 tournaments already for this region. But again, there are other squads that are really not afraid anymore of that Genesis Esports pressure. But now we're going to go in to the very first map of Miramar. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time that we want to all get excited. Miramar. There's so many teams that were doing well. Our favorites last week still haven't woken up quite yet after that 2-day break. Really hoping that this might be the change that they needed. Flight path all the way from the northern side of Ruins all the way to the southern side of Los Leones. A little bit more skewed to the left side compared to the right. So it's very, very different. Now, we've seen a circle on the northern side of Bartona last week. And that was undoubtedly a very difficult map or circle to navigate. There's a lot of terrain coming in from Minas del Val. We saw a lot of fights happen there. A lot of teams were trying to move away from Chumacera because everyone thought that the circle might be ending there. It was a hard shift. And this situation, these hard shift circles have proven to be a bane in a lot of these players' sides. At the same time, I think these players, after hundreds and hours putting in time on their scrims as well, they should have a plan in mind to deal with this. And I am so sure I am the curse. Oh my gosh, man.
Look at this circle, Taj. And this is going to be really difficult for ASTE, who's really adjusting every single now and then when it comes to like positioning themselves inside the zone. And look at how many squads are in Chumacera right now. I think TQ can also join the fun with the Sisti KE, and I think There's another squad in there. There we go. It's God of Death 7. So again, this is what's been happening ever since I think last week. SysTKE always has a challenger right at Chumacera. And Pacquiao right now with the UMP-45 all set with the SMG. Now he's going to cook up a nade. I think he hears the footsteps right over inside that building. But looks like he's going to bail out for now. Cancels out the cook of the nade. He only has one utility though, so I would advise him to use or to make the best out of that nade. So information is the key right now for Pacquiao. If he doesn't have any information, just not throw that nade. I mean, just wait for that one guy to just go out of that building. I mean, on top of that, look at the positioning in the minimap. They're kind of like scattered all together for God of Death 7.
Just waiting. I think for God of Death 7, this is something that they want to be able to capitalize on. The first contact sort of situation. But it's rare that we see them go into these very aggressive play style or the first initiations. XZXY wasn't able to capitalize on that first pick, so Atiap is just waiting. Hasn't been on the aggression yet, but XZXY comes up on top. Immediately lobbies him. And this does not bode very well for SysTKE despite the stellar game they had in the final Erangel match just now. So the other members of GOT7 waiting. This patient game is working well in their favor. And also, this does also make a statement for SysTKE that if they want to rush through, they have to do it systematically, not to go alone. Don't underestimate them quite yet. Timing is key, but feels like a Mexican standoff, if anything, for SysTKE and God of Death, just waiting for the right time for that first contact.
Well, I love how God of Death 7 dropped off with with two members all together, like on a duo split. That way, they would be able to pin down if there's like anyone who split up from the team, and that's why they were able to knock down Heartless now with a frag grenade from XZXY. Now following it up with a Molotov. Boy Sean is just all set and ready, and he actually got hit by that burn of that molly. Now Mura just waiting if there's anyone else that is inside that building, but nobody else is there. Boy Sean now cooking up the nade. I think they know that Boy Sean is right in here, and this is a 3v1 situation now on this side of the area of Chumacera, and Boy Sean, highly recommend for him to bail out from the scene for now. I mean, he does have a little bit of that space, and Davan can provide support from the back.
This is a very long, drawn-out fight. So early as well. Looks like God of Death 7 will be the one to initiate that first contact, especially since SysTKE have been dwindled out one by one. They weren't able to play off each other. Isolated, in fact. Boy, Sean's so low, and so is his teammate. KS wins at the end. That crouch, that last-minute one, potentially had saved his life. Pacquiao all alone. Does get a heal at the very least. Sorry, Davan is all alone on top of that. The building, they do know where he is. They marked him already. And they want to aggress. They want to catch him. We've seen the firepower and aggression that comes through from Davan. Pre-fire, in fact, to catch him off guard. He does it. Puts in the damage, puts in the hurt. He hides, waits for a time, buys a lot of space for Amura Chile, but Amura goes down. But will be taken down in the end. SysTKE, first team out. God of Death 7, very happy to celebrate this.
Yeah, very mad as well. KS currently down though, so they will have time to get that revive. I'm pretty sure earlier we saw a squad that is nearby as well, so they weren't able to do that third party in this situation because Miramar is much more bigger compared to the other two maps. So when it comes to sound cues, you won't be able to hear that from far distance. But this is good for God of Death 7 and bad for SysTKE. After that very good showing from Erangel, all of a sudden, right now in Miramar, SysTKE is already out early.
Start that I was not expecting. The other end, you can see PBE is clashing, in fact, with Myth. I am curious of what is happening on all these sides of the map. The Austria and the high ground. Oh man, for a split moment there, Red Bull did show his cards, but not enough to let Feng actually do anything about it, so didn't really react to that. But what's really great about TQ is that today is a day that I think they have really been stepping up. Feng especially was able to win a 1v3. It's been shocking as all, honestly, when it comes to this, because last week it felt like TQ felt very underpowered. It felt like they didn't really have the firepower. It felt like they didn't have the confidence. But they seem more confident today. They seem more decisive in how exactly they want to take their fights. Fearless, team that had their sparks and moments, but never seemed to tie up loose ends, is here as well in the high ground. So this might be their chance to get an extra 4 points, or potentially stop RSG's, I would say, aggression, or their rise to shine as Bunny, the big impact maker for the team, is just trying to take up space. And I think they do want to take this fight to them.
Right. They're actually planning on doing so. Just slowly but surely, because I mean, in Miramar, it's really hard to just like straight away push right towards the enemy, especially with the terrain that we have. So they're gonna do it slowly. They're gonna try to go on this house first, and then maybe later on they can, you know, get a knockdown, get that push running. Look at the circle. What is happening with this circle? Like it went
This is the most
southward
cursed
and the
circle.
shift towards the eastern side.
Yeah, this is the most cursed circle I have ever seen. What on earth? I don't know why, but I thought it was gonna be toward the southern side of Los Leones. To the southern, or even a hardship will be all the way south. I wasn't expecting this ping pong. That's rough, honestly, and I really feel for the teams that are playing all the way on the western side. It's actually forcing a lot of these fights as well. GE this time, we just talked about them earlier and what we expected to see. And look at that. Smile shows us how exactly he's done in these 1 versus 1s. He hides. He knows that he can't stay there too long. His teammates might be coming through. But Marnet is around as well to provide some support. High ground still not in his favor. Can see Blanks taken out quickly. The car explodes. But he's very smart on playing away from the vehicle. Sin is also here. We still have the high ground. Mix, quick on that. Marnet, prones just in time. And here comes West. I don't think West was playing earlier, not too sure. But now he's here, providing that extra needed firepower from the other end of the map. Wako as well goes in for that collapse. A nice hold.
Mix just overcommitted himself there. Like I mean, he know that he lit up Marnet, but he's just way out in the open. That was just so bad of a push from Mix of 214 Sin, and there we go. Got confirmed already by Master Itchy. Now for 214 Sin, it's all about Dale and Wako now. By the way, if you look at the lineup, Ranked is not playing as of this very moment, so it looks like they're changing things up a bit. Maybe trying to use some type of strategy that they have formulated during the rest days that they had. Ranked is their, you know, IGL, so I'm not sure if they're IGLing right now for 214 Sin.
Still waiting. Ooh, PBE in trouble. Young Gun Galacticos. This is their time. They want to take this. They find one. Say Cloud. That's a big impact players for the team. Happy for that. And PBE saying that probably no time, no way we're going to be taking this fight. Despite the stellar performance in the beginning, they struggled. The first half of the day, they found the chicken dinner. Now it's back to square one. Young Gun Galacticos. They're looking incredibly strong today on day number 1. In fact, they're strongest since last week, and I'm really wondering what exactly they've talked about in terms of that 2-day break. I know for these players, their hours for practice, for scrim, it's not only long, but it can be quite heavy and very taxing. But they've been adjusting fairly quickly compared to last week. It's almost a very different tempo on how exactly they want to take these fights, take these plays.
And with this circle now, look at this for ASTE. They can't even find a place to go stay, but ooh, no fear. get Super Pickles down. This will give them some time to go for the push. And look at them on the minimap. They focused on that one knockdown and then try to get inside the zone. Looks like they were able to spot this compound where Super Pickles is actually staying. Koopa is now going for that revive, but unfortunately, he cancels out that revive. There we go, just bleed out to death for Super Pickles. Now No Fear pushes in, knocks down Koopa. Will go down as well. And then that other guy for Exquisite is far away from them. This is UI Prime. He cannot help his teammates out because he's way too far from them.
Yes, TE looking good. A very strong start for them. Finds Exquisite. Team that had kind of steamrolled them in the beginning of the game. A good start, a good revenge fight on this one. Exquisite not looking strong right now. Despite the start of the day, only UA Prime alone. ASTE, I can tell that they'll have a semblance of idea where he might be. But they're going to be very happy with this pickup. Bit of a slow day for them, but still another 3 to their points. And on the other end, it feels like for TQ and Flash Vision, they've been meeting up a lot today, if you notice. A lot of their fights are together.
Probably they try to study each other's rotation for each map. I mean, TQ can, you know, target these other teams or squads that are way at the bottom of the, you know, the overall rankings. I mean, knowing that they can maybe get those kills. But eventually, 214 Sin is already out. That's Wako and Dale. And actually, UI Prime, even though he's all alone, got that one elimination for their squad. Harley now on top here. Fern just putting up some scare onto Harley for her not to peek. But Flash Vision Esports does have a much better vantage point compared to TQ. They have the higher ground. Miramar is all about higher ground, right?
Yeah. Higher ground, compounds, fighting those chokes, that'll be huge. Let's see, I mean, it's gonna be fun, honestly, seeing where UA Prime ends with this. We haven't really seen one of these, like, UA Prime as the final person left alive moments yet. So, let's see how far he can go. The rotations are in, everyone's in that circle. Looks like the circle will not be moving at all toward the middle side or the right, or the left, excuse me. Young Galacticos, full control of the middle area, and on top of that, that's a high ground plus a airdrop? Say less! The stars are aligned for them, looks good. But let's see if anyone wants to challenge them. Speaking of a challenge, Ostja, he sees where Exquisite is. UA Prime smart for this, wise in fact, to pop off the vehicle. Red Bull, our Terminator for last week, wants to put in the damage and the hurt. The zigzags come through and will be punished. Get Weezer out for the trade at the very least. So UA Prime does go down. So, not too bad of an outcome on the situation. No worries about going in for that pickup as well. And Sky Nin, eyes trained on the other members of God of Death 7. I don't think they really want to take this fight quite yet. Perhaps an idea, perhaps a flirt when you think about if they want to do it or not. But I think they're gonna have to. They don't have high ground advantage. You're playing at the side of the terrain. They can go for a long rotation, but the question is how many teams do they have to rush into? And perhaps in that rotations they might be picked off as well. Here comes ASTE, team that's been surprising us for last week. Very beloved, a nice team that's been made out of 2 different regions. Fun to watch. And this map from Miramar, they seem to be a little bit more awake and adept compared to before.
Right. A little bit of that fresh air in Miramar, much bigger space. They're actually using the terrain now to their advantage in order for them to be able to get inside the zone. Amura on the kill feed though, will get headshot and will go down. And look at this, TQ versus TTQ. Now nades coming from Popeye. Edward looks like he's gonna bail out from the scene. Good thing he has the buggy, but then again there's Gus, who's covering him. What a way to give your guy space. But then again, there's gonna be another team who's actually gonna be coming from behind. It's No Fear from ASTE out of nowhere. ASTE looking good at this game.
Cold for TTQ. Saw earlier that for TTQ, Zuki still the big impact maker. The collapse has been huge. Even some of our casters have been predicting them throughout the entirety of last week, and I believe there was one time today. So potential is definitely there. They had moments where I believe they were doing quite well, making it to the top 4. God out of 7 goes down, and Zuki finds TQ, catches him off guard. That is actually disgusting, the way he had set that up. He can't do anything, Ferg!
Yeah.
He's all alone, his teammates not exactly around to go for his fights either. And Zuki had just bought some time to see if anyone were to come to his rescue. Didn't see that happen. Perhaps a smoke, in fact. And Zero, just waiting for the right time. Notices a buggy there. Hasn't replied quite yet. Zio on his radar. Bit of damage, nothing more than that. ASTE being very patient. A more quiet start to the day for them. And they're realizing that if they want to make it to the end, if they want to get these elimination points, if they want to go and pop off and go crazy, the best idea is just to wait till the end. And this circle's again to the right side of the map. Not changing. PBE, middle side held. Only Gerald there. So no change. And the other members, I think I like RSG's positioning, honestly. To the southern side. They have a compound, they have a terrain as well. They can, in fact, go in for those sprays if anyone were to push through. It looks good for them if they're prepped and primed to go for these elimination points.
As for TQ, I think they're not in sync as of this very moment. Like, someone pushed in and then they weren't able to help out. That was just so bad for them. But then again, we're looking at GE now. On the northeastern side of the circle. They need to take care of 2 squads here. We have Fearless. And then I think YG is the other squad that is brown in color in the minimap. Right now, 1sec using the UMP from long range. Not a good pick. But he must do that so that the G players won't be able to get closer. Need you now. Able to see all of these smokes, and GE using their utilities really well in order for them to be able to get to the circle. But look at this, West. West had really good vantage point now over Fearless Esports. Duke low-key knocks down Harley on the feet. And you can now see 1sec just running away, but then again got knocked down. My goodness, that was Pozo. And then there you go. There's going to be a trade-off coming from GE. And that's Flash Vision Esports will get eliminated and will be out of this match number 5. GE still has a lot of problems in this game. They need to be able to eliminate Fearless Esports. Oh, but Ranzer now crashes in. No, he will just pass by. I think Marnet is planning on getting his teammate. Now setting up smokes here. Will now cook up a nade. Does have the height advantage here. Pozo now will also cook up a nade.
Oh,
he
beautifully
will
done.
go down though. Nice shot there coming from Marnet. I think West will just die here in the process. But then again, YG now going for the third party, attacking Genesis Esports on the opposite side.
And this is so unfortunate. GE looked so strong in the beginning. Cute Loki on the top side. Full advantage. DBS in hand. Moves out of the way. He realizes there is a crunch. Myth as well is close. They do want to join in on this rodeo. Smile. Top hitter. Moves. And here comes Cute Loki. And by force, by hook or by crook, he wants that space. They lobbed a nade. Need you. Does not hit quite yet. Molly just to clear out that area. Doesn't miss him. Doesn't hit him, excuse me. Need you. Captain Prime Dawes on one end. TTQ now in trouble. APG starts the day strong just now. They want to keep going. Dawes eating up a majority of that damage. Not enough to take him out though. Hides the smokes by some time. Another nade to come through, and here comes ASTE. Surprise! We've been here the entire time. A third party is the name of the game, and ASTE wants to take it home. Zuki found, no fear, on fire, and he keeps going. And he stops. You hear the roars and the gun sounds. It's hard to really see anything. In fact, the nade does come through from Myth, but you can see TTQ is out and out. ASTE. They keep going, and so does Ozja. They're in trouble now. Ozja. No mercy, no fear. They're cold for this. And they keep going. Zayo, low, taken out. No Miner also out and down. No fear. The one hero turns it all, and he doesn't do that, unfortunately. ASTE, a more aggressive team now, and I love to see it. 8th place for them with 8 eliminations. And Ozja They look good. A bit slower start. But the third party strat working well in their favor.
Yeah, the third party strat working with Austria. They were the fifth party in that eastern side mayhem that we saw there. But then again, now Gui able to get a really good position here now inside the zone. They can just go ahead and also take over the northeast or western side rather of the zone, and maybe try to spread out so that they can maybe get the next circle, which is stage number 7, which is still 2 minutes left before it closes. But then again, we have Fearless Esports, who is still right outside the circle. GE is still moving strong, but then again, got spotted now. Need You will be taken down by Smile. And now the Cocobanade coming from 1sec. Smile doesn't have any other area to actually go to. Ooh, with that nade. Beautiful finish there. GE is out.
GE looks strong. Strong start, in fact. 4 in the bag, but not enough to really take them toward the end. A difficult circle to navigate. So many teams to worry about. Erangel Galacticos playing it safe. Ranzer goes down. Cute Loki does become a call at the very least. He's up by his own doing, so no worries about that. A pick up to come through. Point in the bag at the same time, so a clean one. Erangel Galacticos, they've been on fire today. On a steamroll, in fact, and they don't seem to be changing it up. 1 second is around. They spray out. Not enough to take them out. Surprised there's not an answer for Stay Cloud. Kuloki picked up and also taken down. His teammates are here finally to give a little bit more support. This revive's taking a little bit more longer than they thought. Myth is also close by, but it's going to be YG WTZ that finds him in the end. And it does give away his positioning, which gives a lot of value to Myth. In fact, I checks with a nade. But another situation is that while he does get picked off by that nade, it's a lot of damage there. We saw some shots coming in toward Myth as well. These 3-way, 4-way fights, almost delicious to watch if you think about it. But annoying to these teams. Hard to go for those resets, hard to go for those pickups. YTZ gets chunked down. Down to the final 2 for Young God Galacticos. A pickup if you need, and Joseph wants to deny that. Romeo boy thinking about changing his mind about going for those pickups, and he quickly goes out of the way. Does not find anyone behind that vehicle. Say Cloud just holding out and just buying time, not happening. Now Romeo boy, all on his own. Despite that, 7 in the bag already for Young God Galacticos. And we've seen them be able to get a few more pickoffs before they go. So, if he's able to play his cards right, third party perhaps, a steal would be ideal. But the thing is, they're already so ahead right now. I think in this situation, Young Galacticos, they're gonna be happy at the very least with this outcome.
And one more other player that is happy is PvE. I think it's Raymond, who is still alive. It's Gerald though, who's just still alive, just hiding in the bush here. He's been all alone, I think, since stage number 4. And Gerald just, trying to be quiet here, not really joining any of the fun happening right at the edges of the circle. Looks like now Austria, I think they're throwing some bombs over to RSG now. This is Gui. Close to Bunny. Not that too much of a damage that will be dealt. And this is how good Myth Clan is when it comes to Miramar map. They know when to, third party, they know when to play the cards right. And right now they're all the way onto the northern side. It's just that they're not inside the circle right now, but they're actually getting eyed on by Austria Esports.
Interesting outcome. Myth as well is looking good today. They haven't been really full into their initiations. They don't really take the fights when they don't need to. They're understanding that there's no need to force these. Speaking of that, iTurk's taking full advantage of the information DZ has given him with his little scouting excursion with the vehicle, Joseph as well. A lot of pressure is being put onto Austria. But one great thing about Austria is that they know when to give up space, when to go aggressive. And if they hold an area, they won't give it up. It's almost impossible. They have a 2-1-1 positioning going on. Gawi and Nang X all in their own lonesome. Red Bull providing support for Skynin. And I think it's going to change quite yet because it seems that Skynin wants to kind of go into a different area. Oh my gosh. just passed someone. They put in the damage. Romeo Boy is PBS.
Oh,
He
no!
gets one. Can he go for two? He does. The timing is great. This is so good. The patience is rewarded. One more point for him. Doesn't start off great for him. He's just trying to get one more point for him. Closes the door and he's saying, oh, thank God for that. Survived this long for two more. I'll take it.
And he almost did not hit one shell of that DBS. Oh, and DZ gets naded by RSG. And MythClan all of a sudden gets eliminated. We almost thought that they're good, and then all of a sudden someone else would eliminate them. And then Bunny now knocks down Skynin, the golden boy of Cambodia. Bunny really good with that firepower that he has. Austria right now is down with 2 players left that is standing. 2 of their players are currently down right now, and I think they're resetting as of this very moment. And you know what? The YG is still alive. That player from YG, Romeo Boy, just proning on the ground, proning on the sands of Miramar. Able to see Naughty Boy just not really just pulling the trigger. This is the discipline that Romeo Boy has. Just needs to make sure he has that open on to the side of Naughty Boy, and looks like Naughty Boy will now move on to the other side of this area. Jaro will be back playing as Bush.
He's a good Bush.
The Bushman.
The Bushman is impressive. I think Bunny knows.
Bunny?
I think
Bunny
he
will do the
knows.
same.
Oh, they're just waiting for the right time. You hear those sounds? They're just playing off cues. They have an idea on where exactly he's going to be. But this is a good compound after all. Oh, don't know if he's gonna spot out. Wait, he just passes by him!
Oh, no.
Oh, he sees it now. Bye! Good night, sweet prince. That's not gonna go any more further. Bunny's, you really gotta give it to Bunny. His game sense is on top, honestly. He had the right idea. Good way to really scout it out. So well played on that. Top of that, he now has a DBS in hand, so I'm excited to see what the damage can do from that. And I think so soon as Isaac will be lobbied, Romeo Boy gets another point for himself despite being last man standing. Can't do more than that. Maybe ends him. Final 2 teams, Austria and RSG. Risk guys actually started off this game with 4, now with 3, unfortunately losing 1. Austria with 5 eliminations in the bag. They want to make sure they can get this chicken dinner. A nade to come through. Bunny starts it off, but he's gonna be in trouble. The sprays are a bit much. High ground gives a lot of favor and rewards to Austria, and they spray very well. The firepower too high, and Austria completely collapses and comes up on top. Here's the winner, chicken dinner from Austria Esports. The potential is there, the aggression is there, and there's a reason why this team is one of the best.
One of the best. Got the top #1 last week, and maybe we'll get another one this week. With their performance in that Miramar map, I actually thought that they're going to get eliminated at 3rd. I mean, there was a moment there that there's only like 2 players who are standing for Austria Esports. It's just that RSG didn't really went at that advantage that they had. They thought that there were so many other, players that are, just hiding in the bushes, like what Jaro was doing, and also at the same time, Romeo Boy was just proning on the sands of Miramar right at the eastern side of the circle. RSG could have just, went ahead and be more aggressive in that game, wherein they were passive when it comes to, getting those knocks. They didn't do any follow-up, and that's basically the trade. Austria Esports getting their chicken dinner.
Personally, I think that when it comes to that, so I agree with you about risk guys. But again, having 1 knockdown and they weren't mentally prepped to deal with the onslaught, that's what makes Austria Esports very scary. They don't really set up these ambushes, but in fact, they're more about reacting to a lot of things. They heard the sounds of the gunfire, immediately they go forward. They get 1, and in fact, on top of that, that high ground they held, it wasn't really a full collapse by the team. It was more of like these positionings that allow them to go in for these trades, these crossfires. And personally, I'm quite surprised that Rus guys decided to go outside that aggressively when they could have just waited out, try to get more information before they go in for these fights. They didn't really have the pressure come in from the circle either. I'm not saying that they needed to rush, but they had some time before they go in aggressively.
All right, and there we go, the moment where the Bushman, Jaro, got spotted by the Gilly Man, which is Bunny. Then eventually, right at the end, RCA was just on the lower ground area of that circle. They didn't really had any chance against Austria Esports, wherein you see now the MVP of the match, Naughty Boy, gets 3 eliminations here in this match with 1 knockout only, 1 assist, 833 damage, 177 heal, 2718 survival time for this matchup. But then again, for Austria Esports, like what I said, they had the higher ground advantage. They also had that time to get that reset, wherein they were able to revive 2 of their members who got knocked down. So
Yeah.
with that, Austria Esports just took that advantage, wherein, yeah, we saw the kill feed. They were able to eliminate Jarrell and Romeo Boy. Let's just push them all together. They're on the lower ground anyways.
Yeah, I think it's always really exciting to see a new MVP come up on top. And this time around, it's Naughty Boy. It's really fun to see these younger players really step up. Now, coming into this one for Austria, yes, their eliminations aren't that high, but it also comes from the fact that they were already near the circle to begin with. They didn't really have to go for that really aggressive rotations, those fights that a lot of teams had to because of the very violent nature of the circle, if I could put it that way. Now, coming into this one in particular, it's all about positioning, and Austria was playing this very, very patiently. They weren't really collapsing as quickly as they would. I think a lot of us were questioning, right? Like for Austria, they're a little bit too aggressive, perhaps too much. The overheats were coming through. But this time around, it was a lot of a wait and see method. They're understanding that they have high guard advantage, understanding that they didn't have to fight every single fight. And in fact, they waited to see how each fight was going to go before they actually committed to a lot of the other fights as well, of a third party, excuse me. So the way they've been playing this is like, yes, it's not the highest, but it's still enough to get those knocks. It's still enough to go for these steals. It's still enough for them to go for these collapses. And I'm liking the fact that they went for this 2-2 formation, this 2-1. It's very fluid, it's very dynamic. They are able to really quickly change up on how they want to play it. It just shows a lot of range and a lot of depth on how exactly they wanted to approach these fights, these terrains, and these final circles. And they're very confident as well with how they approach these games. It's very fun to see them. I think one thing about Austria is it's never not going to be fun whenever they're playing. It's always going to be very aggressive. And I think for a lot of time, people have been talking about Skymin for the longest time now, given the fact that he has a lot of experience, played this game for years and years already. But with Red Bull joining the team, I think it's added another layer of aggressiveness to the team as well. So for Austria, it looks like they have really figured out what exactly they wanted to achieve with this roster, and it's looking really nice.
Yeah, really looking nice. There was one moment in the game wherein they were the 5th party in the mayhem right at the western side part of the circle. They just waited and waited and waited until that right moment wherein they can just finish off everyone else altogether, so that they can have total control of that western side part of that zone. And here's now the match standings, updated now for match number 5. So since they have 8 eliminations, total of 18 points for Austria. RSG getting 13 points in this game. YG getting 13 points as well. ASTE, even though they got eliminated early, they got the eliminations also early in with 8. So that's a total of 9. TTQ as well got those early eliminations. And this is how TTQ play. They basically needed to take time for them to heat up, like what happened earlier on in the first 3 maps. And on match number 4, they were able to get eliminations as well. Now in Miramar, they were able to get eliminations. It's just that they're not able to be consistent, wherein they were able to get that placement inside the circle. They need to learn how to do that in order for them to at least get those eliminations together with those placement points. Now, look at the updated rankings now. Austria remains on top with 57 points. YG now at second with 56. SysTKE with 41 points. Exquisite with 37. GE is still out there with 31. TTQ with 31 as well. And look at how TTQ is just doing it with all of the eliminations. Very low with rank points with 6. 25 for eliminations. So they're banking on it.
Austria looking strong, and so is YG. Oh man, these two teams are making me super excited to see who comes up on top. But you know what would be even better?
What?
A team to just suddenly come out of nowhere and go all the way to the top, and you're like, what the heck happened here? That would be really fun. I think I felt that way with
tomorrow,
ASTE.
right?
I would be surprised if a team like ASTE or even RSG were to do it. Regardless, as we go into this final Miramar, my question to you is, what are we going to be seeing something that the usual teams do, or are we going to be finally seeing a surprise for us for day number 1, week 2?
Well, I would say a surprise because I mean, we've been surprised since ever since match number 1. We didn't really expected YG to come out on top. I mean, we know they're strong in Sanhok, but going in match number 2, SISTKE got their chicken dinner right at that game, and then the others also came at it, like Exquisite Esports and then PBE right at this very day, and then Austria Esports right here in Miramar. So for the final map of the night, which is going to be still in Miramar, I just hope to see a different squad to emerge. Kind of like APG or maybe even Flash Vision Esports or maybe even Fearless Esports, who can try to be active when it comes to getting their eliminations.
It's going to be very fun when we see these type of plays and these type of ideas come through for this team. But, you know, coming into that, there is going to be a group that's not going to be playing tomorrow. I mean, for me personally, I think we had this conversation about which teams we wanted to see a play, which days they wanted to have a break. For me personally, I'm not a big fan of having the break on the final day of the league. It's somewhat what GE felt last week, you know, very helpless as you see your ranking go lower and lower and lower as you ended the day. But holding that thought, because now the Royal Pass A7 is available, happening from now all the way until July 15th, where all these perks are worth over 80,000 UC. And on top of that, what makes this really exciting is that we have an emote on this as well, which you can show off and make sure to upload it and tag us on social media if you ever end up using it. Because for me personally, if you're going to be getting that emote, you're going to be getting the Nightscape Gladiator set, which comes in so many of your favorite colors. You can actually really not only style on them, but also drop an emote. I'm down.
Right. And I believe the victory dance, you would have to buy it. There's kind of like a shop within the RP wherein you would have to buy it. So again, you would have to not really grind it at all, but to get more UC in order for you to be able to get that victory dance. So if you got that victory dance, well, again, please might as well flex it out in your social media. Make sure to tag us so that we can see how you play it with your character in game. Or maybe you can also partner it with you right on the side in real life. Try to imitate the victory dance. On top of that, we also have the collaboration between PUBGM X Shelby Supercars. It is available until July 9th, and you can find it under the feature event Motor Cruise and get a chance to own a Tuatara or a Tuatara Striker. And vehicle tokens do not expire, so you can still use it on the next corresponding event.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be exciting coming into this one when you have all these vehicles, all these skins. I know some people do collect this, so this is definitely something to add to the collection. Now, I want to talk more about Miramar as we go into the final one of the day. And honestly, today felt very, very quick compared to last week. And I think it's attributed to I think most of the circles today have been quite difficult for a lot of the teams, and it's really forced a lot of fights coming forward. It's been very, very hard for the teams who were consistent throughout the last week find their groove coming into this week. So now it's not only about adjusting to the teams that are in their new groups, it's also about adjusting to how these drop spots are forced to be changed, and these early fights are forced to happen because of the flight paths, because of the circle as well. So I would say that this is definitely one of the harder day ones for sure, but it's definitely one of the more exciting day ones.
All right. Well, I mean, yeah, the circle came into the factor as well, wherein we got a circle in Erangel, wherein we almost thought it will go to Milta Power area, but then again, it switched over to the right side part bridge, wherein GE was able to gatekeep everyone from trying to get inside. But let's talk about now our predictions casters predictions from across all broadcasts, I will pick Exquisite Esports.
I like that. I like that pick. It's a good pick.
All right. Yeah, they've been really good when it comes to rotation. They've been really consistent, and then they just try to get those eliminations right at the end. So I kind of
Yeah.
like how they work their play going into this day number 1.
They've been pretty consistent as well coming into this week, as though something clicked on the last day, and it seemed that they brought forward that momentum. They brought forward the idea of what went right, and just really reinforced everything that wasn't as good or wasn't as what worked toward the last week. So that micro adjustments was there, the macro adjustments were there. There weren't a lot to fix to begin with because it seemed like they figured out everything by the last day of week 1. So this is something that works out well in their favor. Now, for me personally, I think we all know why I chose Austria. They're very strong. And I think they're definitely a team that would want to end the day with a bang, and that's exactly the reason why I chose them. They have good firepower. They have star players like Skynin, like Red Bull, and they are definitely a team that knows how to really press the brakes when they have to. We've seen it happen so many times today, especially without circle advantage. So not surprising. I think, might even if they didn't get a chicken dinner, it would still be a top 5 or a top 10 or even a top 6 finish for them. And even if they go out early, I have this sneaking suspicion that they're going to be able to get a handful of eliminations before they do so. So consistency is key. And if there was a PUBG mobile dictionary, you'll find Austria's picture beside the word consistent.
Right. And I like the YG pick coming from the Myanmar desk. YG has been okay with the circle prediction, especially even if the circle would shift away from the norm. Like on the previous Miramar map, they were like on the northern side part of the circle. It's just that they were like sandwiched all together. That's why they weren't able to like finish strong in that match number 5. So with YG able to predict the circle really well, able to get in position as well, really early in the zone. I hope that they will try to rest now in this final map. I kind of like also the Austria pick for you, Tosh, because I just see them like trying to end the day strong, like not just be happy with just one chicken dinner with Miramar. I would see them again, probably right at the top 4, right at this very match, maybe. But it's gonna be really hard for you to for them to reset all over after winning that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second time today I feel that Stalker has picked Myth. I think that last Miramar map was one of the best outcomes for Myth today. They looked well, they had the man advantage. But I think this happens way too many times for Myth, where they had this advantage and it was completely just taken out, just picked off one by one, and it was only because they weren't even checking one singular thing. They weren't very aware of what's happening as well, and it just really collapsed. And I think as well, the problem with Myth is that suddenly when things don't go their way, there's this question mark moment for them, like what are we gonna do now? Like, what's the next step? And there's a moment where you start to question, like, what are these decisions they're doing when things go south? And I need them to really figure out when these moments happen, what's our contingency plan? Because these high pressure cooker moments are going to happen, doubtlessly. It's going to happen. That's how it is for these kind of games, that one person can change the entire outcome of your advantage and disadvantage. So we haven't seen that yet, but Myth Clan is definitely a team that if they're able to have the win conditions met, they can win. And they were prepped for that. Now, when their win condition is taken away, what can we do to even out the odds? And I would love to see more of that from them.
Right. Well, for Myth Clan, I mean, they can get a winner chicken dinner. It's just that how consistent they are right at the end. Like, how can they end these games is the question for Myth Clan. They're able to get to the higher grounds as well, like what YG is doing. It's just that Myth Clan, if they're outnumbered, if they get needed, if they get crashed in by another squad, that's the time they all crash down together. So let's see if Myth Clan together with YG or even maybe Austria can get another winner chicken dinner for this final match of the day. Again, this is the final map of the day, Miramar, match number 6. Let's go.
flight path coming from the southern side. Minal their Sur all the way up to El Azhar. A little bit more skewed toward the right side. El Pozo Crater Fields might not be easy to access, at least from here. But we've seen these southern circles. It's been happening a lot in the last 2 weeks. Happened in the last game. Give me a power grid circle, please.
Well, let's see if it will be power grid. I mean, we've seen the circle went to the southwestern side, or southeastern side rather, of Los Leones, right around the northern side of Puerto Paraíso. We've seen it already right around El Pozo. We've seen it also at Los Leones. I wanna see the circle go to like Campo Militar, or maybe in Guerra Bronca. We haven't really seen much of that type of circle in Miramar. But right now, we are expecting another hot drop here, Tosh. As you can see now, SysTKE and God of Death 7. As there we go, there's the first knock-up for the side of God 7. That's, I think, KS. Yes, there we go. KS will go down early. And look at how different the dropping point now for the players of SysTKE. They actually all grouped together now, compared to earlier, if you remember. They were like spread out, wherein God of Death 7 was able to pin them down one by one.
This is a very early one, but SysTKE, I believe them and God 7 met early as well in the previous map, and SysTKE was taken out by God of Death 7. So this might be.
It's the other way around. It's God of Death 7 who eliminated them.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. So this might be SysTKE wanting to get revenge for that particular round. The damage comes through here. A lot of pressure coming in from Boyshawn. Plays the high ground to perfection. Both teams, you can see, not all of them are well equipped quite yet. No one has been able to quickly get their items, so they're just taking their time. But I just gotta give it to SysTKE. They're a lot quicker on how exactly they want to work with this one yet, this situation. And God of Death 7, understanding that they don't want to be here, they don't want to fight, okay with relinquishing their hold onto the area, and will be rewarded with a monster truck even.
And God of Death 7, smart with the bailout from Chumacera. If they insisted on staying where SysTKE was at, then it'll be a different story. Maybe God of Death 7 will, die in the process. Look at, say, Cloud right now. Using a glider.
It's been a while since it's been a while since I've seen this. I mean, understandably so, but I think they're just trying to quickly go for that rotation instead of focusing on vehicles. I mean, they do have their vehicles, but just want to quickly move around, get that height advantage a little bit more. Honestly, I'm wondering, I mean, we saw a car underneath him. I'm wondering why he didn't go for the car instead.
I think he loves the air, I mean, he loves flying. Say Cloud.
Oh,
I mean,
he is named Cloud too. Yeah, he wants to be one with the sky, one of his cloud brethren, I suppose. Sorry, that was a little lame joke. I have to take it back. No. Coming to this one.
What if all of a sudden something happens, like an accident, and then he explodes? That'd be bad for him.
No, I think he heard us. Yeah, I think he's just gonna, I think that's enough gliding, that's enough clouding around. Haha. Oh my god. My jokes are as bad as Sir Clouds. Help me. But coming into this one, I mean, how do I say that? I think it's good that he took that glider. If you think about it, it gives him a height advantage. He gets to really see whoever's going to be there. Not the best in terms of positioning, though. He puts him in a very vulnerable position, but it is enough for him to play up his teammates. For the time being, still very early in the game. SysTKE this time around, I think they're very aggressive. I'm liking this change of pace. It's nothing new, honestly. But the fact of the matter is, despite whatever outcome that comes in the previous games, the previous matches, they still stick to the plan, and that's really important.
Right, and APG Esports going for an earlier rotation. I'm not really sure if we saw this circle. I think we weren't able because there was an early engagement in Chumacera. But looks like the circle is going onto the northern side part of the map.
Oh.
And look at this right now. Inside, close to God of Death 7. God of Death 7 was forced out of Chumasera, and now they're doing jungle loot together with Team APG Esports and Amura Chili. Not sure what's happening with him. He doesn't have any items as well, so he might have been disconnected while the battle is happening. So they were like forced to just stay away from Chumasera. So that is bad for God of Death 7. They don't really have enough time anymore, maybe, for one of their guys to loot up. Like, this is bad for DOS. Oh, good thing he was able to recover the vehicle. That's one bad spot. I've been there before, Tosh. I was playing in scrims, and then we had really no choice but to stay there, and then we were naded.
Ouch. Yeah, I think that's the downsides of holding onto a crater area. I mean, some teams, especially in open areas, they want full control of craters because it does provide some cover. You can play off the terrain. But the only problem with craters, with the slopes, is that the nades easily roll down toward you, and there isn't really a place for you to move away from them. MM, quick on that first contact. I think FVE, they want to answer back. Harley taken down. The best outcome, and she's one of the big impact makers for the team. Stokie with the nade, and they spray out the car coming in from Exquisite. That is so disgusting. How can you set that up? It was so well done. A big distraction and a cover as well. What on earth? That's the first time I've seen that. And now Master X is in trouble. Koopa with the sprays. He makes it on top, and Flash Vision Esports can do more than that. And Exquisite shows us an exquisite type of play.
They're getting a lot of confidence now compared to week number 1, and this is good coming from Exquisite Esports, knowing that if you try to look at the lineup that they have,
yeah,
they're all fraggers. I mean, there's not really much of an IGL type of player here. Probably it's UI or maybe MM, who was formerly from Harami Bro, but. It's working well now for Exquisite Esports.
Sometimes you can play off of this idea that, I mean, yeah, it's so important to have an IGL, but it's also very important to have a team that, okay, if we don't have a proper set IGL and we all have ideas, who will be taking first caller? Are you okay with accepting my calls or my suggestions? I think Exquisite, they're okay with not having a proper IGL or even the one that's super experienced in IGLing. It works out for them. It might just work because of the way they play, the way they think. And it's such a big impact seeing how they take these kind of aggressive fights, because the whole idea around them is that more firepower, the better it is, and I think it's nice.
Yeah, really nice. Look at the circle now. It's not really on the northern side.
Wait, we might be able to have an urban finish. Yeah, we might be able to do that, but La Bandita will be kind of cool as well. The high ground, the crater, also kind of cool. A very hard fight. A lot more slower paced. Not gonna lie, I like it when teams are forced to fight, so La Bandita southern side will be kind of cool. Just fighting for the terrains would be awesome. If we were to have an urban warfare ending, I can expect it's gonna be the slowest anticlimactic end we'll ever see.
It's gonna be a long fight also. Maybe will take us like 30 minutes to end this match, but let's see if it will go to that route, as APG Esports already in their compound. Ooh, Juggy now together with his teammate. Now pushing in the top. The top goes down, and they will be able to eliminate him. No cover, no support from the other players of TQ. Insight will go for the revive here with his brethren, who's currently down. I think Fern is trying to get an angle. Zero, I think he got hit. And right now you can see Zero. Ooh, from a different area, different angle, Rancer. And actually, Rancer almost got knocked down with just one. Does he have an HP left there? No. I mean, he got the heal already, but then again, now it's got to be Fearless Esports Pozo, who will now be able to take down Fern. And TQ was actually sandwiched. That's why they really had a hard time on pushing into APG Esports. They didn't really had no choice there.
Ranzer. And now he's in trouble. TQ's out. Not able to get any value of that. You really gotta give it to them. Aggressive, but ends up biting them back in the butt, and that's so unlucky. Out of that 7 in the blue zone. Can't go inside the circle. PPE is doing a pretty decent job putting in that pressure as well. Today might not be how PPE intended it to be, but nonetheless, one chicken dinner is pretty good. Managed to get these aggressive fights. You can see the fight still in them, but it's definitely a different PPE than what we saw last. They have this high ground area covered on this building. They have scopes to just really give them an idea, or even extra vision to see if anyone's just crossing. It's a lot of stuff they've already putting in. They've already prepared themselves well for this particular map. It'll be really good for them to be able to get a few extra points to just remain competitive on the top side, because that's exactly what they wanted coming in second place last week.
And right now, let's take a look at the circle. Going in stage number 3, we still have 50 seconds left before we close that blue zone up. And looks like we're going to have that urban warfare is what we're asking for earlier. So any team can actually rent any of the buildings now. Inside Los Leones, I think SysTKE already got their own. APG, I think they will take the mountain side on the eastern side part of the circle. And look at this right now. PBE versus Fearless. Rankid will die. Has no fear. From ASTE will confirm that kill. Now Ranzer hooks up a nade. Michi, I think he threw his nade to his own. Now Fearless, all 4 members are right over here. This is kind of like a one-dimensional push now for the side of Fearless Esports. Not really much of any other angle for them. So most likely they will commit on this one. It's just that they're just waiting for that right frag grenade to knock one down of the players of PBE.
They're patient. But I think Michi wants to take it a little bit more up close and personal. Moves out of the way. Ranzer pushed out. In 1 second will be punished for his aggression. Raimon, quick on that. Now he goes for reposition and just legs it out of there. 1 point in the bag, and they're going to be happy with that. You see the pressure come through, but he's already laughing his way all the way to the top side of the terrain. Undeterred at all. Rendezvous with his teammate. APG is close by. ASTE was close as well. Not too sure where they are, but they were waiting. Juggies, all eyes on Raimon. I don't think he knows. He gets sprayed, drops down. A very, very high risk play from Raimon. Gets it, survives. Wait for the heals. Nate just really catch him out. Smokes as well. He runs. A little bit too close for comfort. Just gonna quickly reposition himself. More time to go for that reset. A closer angle does save him for the time being. Raimon gets caught out. APG. They have been waiting for a time longer for this moment. Just put in the damage, the pressure of the PBE. Mon Boy all alone. And here comes the rendezvous as PBE will be forced to end this game with only 3.
Well, that's just so bad for Ryman. They didn't know that there was someone from APG who was up on the opposite side of the hill where he actually went to. And he got pinned down, eventually got sprayed down by Rix of APG Esports. Now, it's going to be ASTE now, again, controlling the northern side part of the circle. Then again, there's going to be 214 Sin, who's waiting for them. And then the shift again of the circle will still focus on Los Leones. Kai goes down, and this is going to be 214 Sin. It's giving them a headache. All right, now you can see here, Miner trying to defend the cause. Oh, actually sees him down below, but then again, that trade, Migs knocks Miner down. Dale got knocked down by Miner. Now, where are the others of ASTE now? Ooh, Zayo, who got spotted by Migs. This guy, Migs, really showing how good of a player he is. And now for ASTE, they're down for the count. Only to 1 player remaining. Not really sure where that player is. It's actually no fear. And no fear at all. Just spraying down onto Migs. Migs down to low HP. He needs to heal up, but there's a new challenger right on the left side. This is RSG now, who's gonna sandwich 214 Sin.
Miner, it's gonna be almost impossible to pick him up. Low ground as well. Migs inside. Finds Miner. Another point in the bag. Insights. They're looking good. God, that's 7. Eliminated. Not able to survive a lot longer, so it's just been really unlucky for their rotations. RSG marking GE. It's already on the top side of the terrain. And now they find their way to make it up. They were so close in the previous Miramar to get that chicken dinner. Unfortunately, they weren't able to really close the game. But all eyes on 214 Sin. They were the gatekeepers before, and now the tables have turned. The RSG waiting for them, and so is GE. Migs will eventually fall to the play zone. So at the very least, 214 Sin, they're in trouble. Naughty Boy overstaying his welcome. Punished. EPG as well. Whoever team that's been quick inside the circle and go in straight for the positioning is coming up on top for the time being. They've been getting a lot of value from this high ground. A lot of pressure coming in for everyone who does not have space yet. Look at that, APG. DOS. Almost impressive. Almost oppressive even. Ranzer, we saw his long-range pickoff earlier. He is not stopping.
And the GE is actually on the hillside. They're able to see everyone else right on the bottom side part of the circle. But right now, DOS able to take down Ranzer. Ranzer tries to go to Need You. Need You will not be able to go for that revive. DOS doing a really great job here on pressuring Fearless Esports. He needs to be careful, though, because Need You already has his cover and can maybe try to knock off DOS. And if DOS will be knocked down, then the others of APG Esports won't be able to revive him. And now, look at this. Blue Zone now comes into the play. Need You now tries to get in, and there you go. That's it for Fearless Esports.
DOS. He marks one. He immediately does not leave that person's sight. Super Pickles now who he's focusing on. But he knows that the Blue Zone will eventually check him out. Maybe he's still on the bottom side. Exquisite is still holding on strong despite how much pressure that's been putting onto them. Still not 3 of them have to worry about. Have to fight this fight against RSG, APG. You see Juggies has been knocked down as well, so don't think it's going to be possible to go for that pickup. Given how many teams are there, at least Rix has a certain part of the circle. So APG is just going to have to find a way to safely go down his terrain and take these fights. Smoke
and if
out.
they
Sorry,
are able to revive Juggy, Tosh, they will still have 4 members strong. Right now, Jarrell takes down UI Prime, and then the push coming from Koopa. Surprising Bunny, but Bunny is ready for action, able to take him down. And now, just for Super Pickles, for Exquisite Esports, all of a sudden, after all of those eliminations, they're not able to rotate all the way into the zone, and it's all because of this circle that we currently have right now. All of the other teams are now in position inside Los Leones, and most of them are actually situated right at the edges where the hillside is at. And RSG almost exploded there. They will try to recover Bunny as Zizak now goes for the heal first, but look at the blue zone now. It's also moving. So it looks like they won't revive Bunny anymore, and they will just try to just get inside the zone.
This is a very difficult terrain to work with. PBE hasn't moved at all. Geril, the player who had managed to survive for quite some time toward the end of the game just now. Still, just making sure that they're able to fully commit to this fight. Maybe he gets chunked down, he gets knocked. Michi putting the pressure as well. Zizak on the lower terrain. Almost hard for him to go upwards. Top tries to go for a steal. Not able to quite yet, he takes his time. Micro angle to work with, not a lot more than that. But maybe it's gonna be stolen at the very end of the day. Michi finds him, it's not gonna be Smile. They're still putting a lot of pressure on this top terrain, GE. Today has not been one of their best days, regardless. Not even a good start. haven't found the answer quite yet, but at the very least, they have been collecting points in a few handfuls of eliminations. Placement points as well, as APG have forced to move backwards. They're not being pushed quite yet, but I think PBE, they want to be able to do that. The prime of the nade, both thrown outwards just to clear these closer angles. Finds no one. Smoke set up as well, just to cut off those field of vision. As they wait, one boy in his long-range fights against West. Behind him is closely his APG as well. It's gonna be trouble. Yango Galacticos goes out, and this time around, seeing a three-way fight somewhere toward the lower side of the train.
Well, it's good that the APG didn't really push PBE because GE was actually looking towards them. So anyone from both sides, if PBE would push APG or APG would push PBE, Genesis Esports is there to pick all of them up from far distance, and this is where Genesis Esports is good now as the circle shifts away from them. Blanks is still alive, RSG is still alive there. So all the teams that has like only like a solo member still alive can still survive here until the end. They just need to hide in one of these buildings or one of these houses that are available in Los Leones. And this is the benefit of having an urban warfare circle, having all of those buildings for you to hide around. Look at the Myth clan. Myth is really good with picking really good positions in the circle. They're on the southern side of the zone. They're able to get good cover, and now they're just waiting for the rest to just come in, and maybe they can, get those knockdowns.
No Fear just now was inside one of the compounds in the northern side. We saw him quickly just chunk into this area, and I don't think anyone has spotted him at all. So this might just work out in his favor if he's able to just really buy time. We didn't see a lot of pressure toward him as well as he came into the area. Marnet, Gerald marks him. So the other members of GE, as they left their terrain, surprised that no one has really pushed toward them quite yet. Marnet all alone is ready to come through. He just gets chipped. Nothing more than that. Gerald sets up the smoke, waiting for his teammates to really come through, and Zizak placed this very dangerous corner. He hears the footsteps close, but he doesn't want to camp out on top! But this DBS, alongside his teammate, just completely chunks him down. RSG can't do any more than that. For BBE, losing 2 players this early as well might not work out in their favor. While they are going to be happy with at least some cover, GE, eyes on the prize. They too have lost 2 players in this process. The only teams that are healthy right now is Austria, who had played all the way in the western side, alongside Myth and TTQ. Teams, another one that might be able to come up on top is SysTKE with 3 players in terms of advantage, but SysTKE, how many fights have they taken already? But they haven't been getting any eliminations, just any knockouts, and then they just quickly run away because they're not able to just stay too long in one area because they're getting third-party left, right, and center by everyone who has advantage in terms of the high ground.
Yeah, just trying to avoid that third party, fourth party, even fifth party in this type of scenario now, since we're in Los Leones. And like what we said, it's going to be a slow end of the match here, as we are now inside Los Leones. Now Joseph throws in a nade. I think the smoke was set up by APG Esports. They're now inside this ruins area. Throws in a molly. DOS is not affected. Another nade coming in from Shroud. Insight will get hit only, but we'll be able to heal up. A 4v3 situation. Myth has the numbers, but then can maybe get third-partied if the GE players up on top of the broken buildings can go for the third party. But another nade coming from Shroud. Not gonna do anything for now. But Insight is now getting set for his own nade. Throws it out. Ooh, nice nade. Knocks down Shroud now. But then again, the trader coming from DZ knocks down DOS. And Insight knocks down DZ. So a 2-1, great of a knock here. Now it's going to be another knock onto the side of APG. So there's only one more player left for APG Esports. Will he be able to clutch this with a 2v1? Looks like Rex will go for the revive first onto DOS. Numbers is the key for now. as I think Shroud got revived already by Myth Clan. And now it's going to be iTurk, who will now pressure in APG. Doss will go for that heal. Then again, I think Rex will be able to knock one down, and then knocks down another one. Nope. It's going to be Doss now who will try to defend APG Esports. Can they survive? All those sprays coming from Myth, and Myth survives. They will also be able to get cover and get a reset here and get all of the loots from APG Esports.
APG just took a little bit too long to go for that reset. Weren't able to do anything for reposition. Myth was just so quick. The collapse was just perfectly well done. I think they barely even had time to go for the reset. No Fear will be found eventually. Puts in a lot of pressure. Blanks is in the same building as him regardless. Now GE also on the other side. He is out for blood. No Fear close. Nate's close by. Clears him out. Marnet has a bit of an idea where he is. Another nade to deter him. Not a lot of utility to play with eventually. He makes sure to keep his eyes peeled for anyone who are pushing upwards, and so does 214S. There was almost a stalemate between these two. Not too sure if No Fear is aware that Blanks is in. It'd be kind of funny to see just someone come up on top. I think they want to go for that pickup. No Fear goes. I think he wants to go upstairs. Yes, he does. I think he hasn't. He might have an idea that there is someone there. That's why he chose not to use the staircase. But the fact that he's been able to survive this long is huge. Oh, there we go. Blanks shows himself. A spray as well. The blue zone not helping anyone here. We need to go down. We need to take this fight. Throws a nade, clears out one area. You can see that No Fear is so low right now. There's a lot of pressure onto him. He does have utility. The circle hasn't really pushed up toward him quite yet. But if he were to jump outside, he's all the way out there in the open. Circle not favoring them at all. Time not on his side. Not on anyone's side. In fact, if you talk about this compound, 3 different teams here. The team that has the full advantage is going to be the one in the middle. More nades, nothing used. Stranger's Aromacy does go down. 214 Sin comes up on top. But Blanks is in trouble, he's all alone. He can choose to isolate if he wants to. But it's gonna be hard. They know he's there, they flush him out. I'm not sure if actually hits him. Marnet all the way in the open, punished for that. Caught out, Mon Boy, huge. 214 Sin does eventually go down. PBE, they're laughing at the top of this area. Nice high ground, quite open as well. Lots of space to work with. But as the circle pushes through, getting down is going to be the biggest problem they're going to have. For now, they're the gatekeepers. Nades out for a smile. And Mon Boy puts in the pressure. Back, right, left, and forth. He wins out in the end despite the low ground advantage. And finally, Gus finds him in the end. Bit too long, and the winner is going to be TTQ. Out of nowhere, not too sure. The crossfires are really scary, and this is the problem with an urban warfare. About quiet and Quinn! The nade gets him before he closed the door! Zuki!
But Shroud!
Yeah,
Shroud naded himself as well.
Not too sure what happened there.
Well, this will give time for TTQ to recover. It should have been Shroud and the gang of Myth Clan to be able to push them, towards the building that they're in. So again, for TTQ, they will be able to buy some time. Mitchie goes down on the feed. Skynin gets the kill, but the Vaughn eliminates Exquisite Esports off the map. We're now down to 5.
Slower pace, but here we go. Eliminated. Playbook Esports. That high ground does not give them a lot of value, especially on that side. Problem was getting off, and that's exactly what they faced. No raise on that pickup toward iTurks. Skynin holding on for dear life, scouting around. He's created a little wormhole for himself to go for that cross. And now he gets fired at. Oh, he's so low. But quietly, just gonna wait. His teammates are not able to put in a lot more pressure. But as all eyes are on him, Gyewi primes the nade. I think they are aware. Needs to come through. They hear the heavy firepower toward them. Davan as well will answer back to TKE. They also want to go in for this fight. TTQ, they look so strong. One of the casters, he had put TTQ quite a bit in his predictions. He might have seen this coming. Saw the potential, saw the firepower. They're looking very strong today in particular. But they wait. So does Gewi. Prone. Buying time. Playing to react. Playing to get those information. They cross and they know exactly where he is. Edward had been keeping tabs on him. And he gets punished. Ostja from 3 to 2. Not much more. But the firepower is still very high for this team. And so is TKE. TTQ understanding strength in numbers. They wait. They play inside this compound very well. It's almost 9 circle. And then it'll be a bloodbath, a free-for-all. Zuki gets caught out. Play zone does eventually find Skynin. And Ostja goes down. But Shroud on the top side of the area waits. And Edward still playing close to the high ground. Myth gets chunked out. The pressure is on. Shroud has no choice but to leave his compound. The pre-fires are just strong. And Harless eventually gets caught out. DBS play. One against one. Quit. Not down. Not out. Still fighting for the chicken dinner. Itrix all alone. Going for that reset. TKE out. Third place, 3 eliminations. And Edward pushes out. Finds no one. And they wait. They play close by to each other. Waiting for the right time to push. He spots one. No answer quite yet. Itrix comes up on top. And he punishes. He puts in the damage. Suddenly TTQ is in trouble. Itrix putting in the hurt. The pain. It's just about buying time.
Oh no!
And suddenly, Myth got eliminated. TTQ still survived. And a chicken dinner to end the night in Miramar.
Wow, Time to Quick Esports finally able to get their own winner chicken dinner after that long wait. Being able to heat up at match number 4 and on match number 5, now on match number 6 for day number 1. Able to grab that winner chicken dinner. The circle just went straight at them right at the middle. What a way to end day number 1 here, with a lot of teams that are, not expected to win, able to, grab their own winner chicken dinner.
It's just definitely a harder circle to navigate with, an urban warfare. On top of that terrain fight that went on for so long, it was a lot harder for a lot of teams to get into the circle as well. I mean, Austria had the right idea. They came into from the west side. They had a compound to themselves coming forward, but as time went round, they weren't able to secure a compound for themselves. They were getting chunked up left, right, and center. Players who are quickly in the circle and got the prime 3-level, 4-level buildings got a lot of value from that as well. A lot of repositions as well. So many situations we saw 2 and 4 Sin as well as Asta forced to become neighbors in one singular building. It was skirmishes upon skirmishes in so many different parts of the map. But the idea is that despite these rat plays coming through from so many different players, I really gotta give it to so many of these teams. They were so adept, so aware of marking each and every single one of these players. And on top of that, a lot of pre-fires were coming through as well, so it's hard to really peek out. But coming into this final map, I think this matchup, this TTQ, they love this CQC, they love this urban warfare, and even then, Myth nearly came up on top and won that in the end. Itrix, the only reason why he didn't win that was because Myth was able to push up toward the second floor and win out in terms of height advantage. But you really gotta give it to Myth Clan for playing it down to the wire in second place.
Yeah, you're right with that, and they were able to play it right with that one building that they had. They had the one player on the roof, and then they had one player, or actually probably 2 players, right at the middle floors, and then there's like one player down on the first floor, and then eventually one came down to go for the help out and able to defend the fort that they had. And Edward was the MVP of this matchup with 4 eliminations, 3 knockouts, 0 assists, 282 heals. Let's talk about even more of the survival time. Is this the first time we've seen over 30 minutes of a game?
I think this is. I mean, an urban warfare means a slower end to the game. And I think if you look at even like for TTQ, they didn't have the highest amount of eliminations. Yes, 8 is pretty much a lot. I mean, half of them is just by Edward himself. And it's because of how Edward likes to play. He likes to play aggressively. He likes to play his own game, if you may, for the team. It's just his team allowing him that space as well as that aggressiveness that he wants to do, while the rest just provide that support. And it's a lot of waiting game for TTQ. They didn't really, they were not prioritizing on getting the right compound, the right area to hold, and that was exactly what they wanted to bring into this particular chicken dinner, and that's exactly well executed for them. regardless, 2.6k damage with only 8 eliminations means that they were getting a lot of these chunk downs. They were getting a lot of these knockouts. They were putting in the damage as people were rotating into the circle, but not necessarily getting those pickoffs. So a lot more of that waiting game for them. And I think that in this situation, they played that urban warfare to perfection.
Yeah, you're right with that. They basically got us a really strong hold of a 5-story building, a building that you would love to have in an urban warfare. They didn't really had to like get out of the building as well. They just waited and waited and waited until the rest would come closer to them, until we even actually got the final circle. We're in there was just blue zone left, but then again, that is it for match number 6, final match of the day. I hope you enjoyed every single game. I think I enjoyed it because there were like brand new teams who were able to like be dominant, like SysDKE. We also have here TTQ, and then Exquisite Esports trying to be consistent now, like not even just in Erangel, but also in Miramar. And with all of these stats that we're looking at right now, again, this is just because we had that urban warfare. We had that 30-minute gameplay is what we got in match number 6.
Really liking what we're seeing today, day number 1. It's very chaotic, it's very unexpected. Just the perfect day for the most aggressive type of play, the most unexpected type of play for PUBG Mobile coming into this week. It is only day number 1 of week number 2. Now, looking at this particular one, there were a lot of teams that didn't actually get any points. And this includes Yangon Galacticos, a team that has done pretty well in the start of the day. No points for them ending today. And then even ASTE was struggling on that particular rotation, that particular map. But when you come into this one, it's very fun when you see teams like TTQ really cook. It's very fun looking at teams like Myth come up on top. And I think, this is a good thing for them, for Myth especially, because they weren't able to find their groove. They weren't able to do well. And I think that, this type of urban warfare might suit them. Perhaps it's the Miramar map, I can't be sure. But Exquisite still remaining very consistent with some points, 9 in the bag. Austria as well. So that is something to be excited for, at least for these two teams that we've seen so far today. Now, overall is what I really want to look at here, because this ends the day with a certain tone or a certain momentum as we go into day 2 tomorrow, with Austria still maintaining the top spot. And on top of that, they've built quite a lead over Yangon Galacticos, which means that tomorrow they have a little bit of wiggle room to make some mistakes. But against a team like Yangon Galacticos, it's rare that they slip up twice in a row. So consistency is key, and that's exactly what I'm expecting to see from these two. STKE, this is the first time I've seen them in the top 3. And may I say that it looks so good to see them up there alongside TTQ.
Yeah, it's really so good to see like other squads that are not really getting those good scores in the previous week to get good scores in week number 2. And by the way, Tosh, Group B will not be playing tomorrow. So this means that Esports, Exquisite Esports, APG Esports, and and Fearless Esports will not be playing tomorrow. So this will give them a little bit of chance to take a look at what's going to happen on day number 2, and we'll probably be able to adjust to everyone else already coming in day number 3, 4, and 5. So with them able to get the glimpse of this week, then maybe for day number 3 for that group, then maybe they can add more points into their name.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this, I'm not sure it's going to be a momentum killer, or is it something that's definitely needed after one day. I mean, day 1, a day of recointed, and so is day number 2. So really excited to see a brand new group play tomorrow, so watch out for that. Thank you so much to everyone who is spending time with us today, watching all the way until the end. I know for some of you guys, it's already quite late as well. So we'll see you guys tomorrow for more PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. Same place, same time. And don't forget to follow PUBG Mobile on all their social media platforms to be caught out with the latest memes, updates, your favorite teams, and everything else in between. There's a lot of disappointment coming in for some teams today, But it's day number 1, ladies and gentlemen. That's where the beauty lies on day number 1. You see these surprising things happen, and then everything finally lulls into consistency. As we end the night, this is Tash Money alongside Kuku TV. Your casters for today. We'll see you guys tomorrow.